Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Give me 1 second as I open up all of the things, and then we will be good to go. But let me know how your either New Year's Eve or just New Year's going. As you enjoy this song? Question mark? To be honest, this is one of those songs where I'm like, do I like this? I can't tell if I like this. There's something neat about it, I guess. It goes on for a long time like this, though. Let's be real. Alright, so that's open now. It's a weird song. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, hold on. Like, I kind of like it. But it like maybe goes on for too long with that kind of repetition that I don't know. Oops. Hold on. Clear those. Cool. And boom. All right. We got it working, everybody. Got it working. Also, please, if you don't mind, as we begin, let me know if my voice and stuff is out of sync, or if it's in sync, or whatever. But anyway, let's go ahead and switch over here. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch over. And welcome in, everybody. Hello. Emmers, you were first. Welcome in. Happy 2022, Lockie, or New Year's Eve. If you are in a country in the past, we are in the past. And I am for sure in the past. Most everyone here will likely experience New Year's before me. Like, unless you live in Hawaii. I think. Time zones are weird. I really hope 2022 is way better than the other two. Agreed. 2020 is a trash can and 2021 is decent, so let's hope that 2022 is great. Yeah, 2021 honestly flew by, but it wasn't that much better. Maybe, I don't know. Out of sync? Interesting. Where are we here? Let's see. So weird. I hate this thing. Let me double check a thing. By how much? Filters. Alright. So that's what we did yesterday. Let me pull up the old stream. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Crimes! Gizmo, welcome in! Hold on, apparently I'm out of sync again, so we're gonna try a thing. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, it's out of sync. For sure. Alright, alright. Let me do this. Ooh, King of Tokyo, love it. The delay is so bad. Also, where did my background go? Okay. It's off by a lot. Wow. Okay. Where'd you go? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, we're gonna test to see that. You're at a board game night, but I got an earbud. Emmers, you can just enjoy your board game night. You don't have to worry about me. But I appreciate it. And you're playing King of Tokyo. I love King of Tokyo. All right, hold on. It's still way off. Okay, we're gonna test to see that. You're at a board game night, but I got. All right, hold on. Lockie, you have a great one. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. It's also it's early for you. Late. Sassy, hello. Hello. How's it going? Oh, but crime solving. Hold on. We're trying to fix our audio delay. Let's see. Welcome in, Benny. How's it going? All right, let me see. I'm looking at this delay. That looked pretty good. That looked better. Let me just double check. It didn't help that there, for whatever reason, you guys have less of a delay than I do. And so it makes trying to monitor this. Zoom and enhance. Talk, Jet. Talk. Yeah, okay, it looks fine to me. It looks better. At the very least. I don't know if it's perfect, but it is not like a bunch of seconds off. Which I don't get what's happening with my OBS. It's just making things up as it goes along. Let's try that also. It's just literally making things up as it goes along. Never know if it's like yesterday. The delay that we had to put on the audio was 2,400 milliseconds. So that's about 2.4 seconds. But that's what it needed to be so that it was correct. I basically just got rid of the extra 2 seconds. And so now it's at 0.4 second delay. And that seems to match. So I don't know. I do wonder if... We're going to do a little test today, everybody. A little test real quick. This is a render time test just to see if there's a delay as it's going. But hey, Happy New Year, by the way. If you guys like fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. I need to probably check to see if there is a delay with that. Okay, it didn't seem to change very much. That's good. Just had to double check. But how are your days going? Do you guys have things planned for this evening? I did hear about that, Sassy. It's very sad. Very sad. Crazy. Just a day before the year's end. But do you guys have any New Year's plans? Or unless you're in Australia, like, is your day? It's already done. How's 2022? Is it better? Yesterday, played some League. Oh, also, I was gonna start earlier, but I got distracted because Balto sent me a gift, and it arrived. It was supposed to be delivered yesterday. It was delivered today, and he sent me a copy of Avengers 129. It's one of the comics with Kang in it. Avengers, I think it's 129. Yeah. He sent me a copy of Avengers 129, and I was like kind of flipping out for a little bit, and I put it on my shelf with all my cool nerdy stuff. So then I got sidetracked. But yesterday, I played some League of Legends and had the most toxic experience, I think, that I've ever had. And what was weird, though, it was more confusing than anything. Like, I don't get upset when people are toxic, because it's just like, I don't know why you're like this. We've talked about this before. I'm usually like, why get toxic at a game you're playing? It should be for fun. You should be having fun. But it was more of a confusing experience because I was doing good, but they were still like, well, I was the target of the toxicity. But like from within the first minute, Turnip Veggie, welcome in. How's it going? From within the first minute of the game, it started. I was playing an ARAM, where everyone's characters are randomly assigned. I got Lux, who's one of my better, I would say generally better legends. As it usually starts out, there's usually like a rush to the middle bushes on the map. And so me and I think a Maokai got there. And then 2 people from their team showed up as well. And they basically blew him up. They just destroyed him in a few seconds. But in that time, I hit the enemies with an auto attack, my snare. I forget what that's called. I shielded Maokai and hit them with my other ability, my E. And Maokai died, but they were like 3 people. They must have all like queued up together. We're all like, so they kept on pinging me, and they're like, "Wow, how about you hit something next time?" And I was like, what? I was like, I'm incredibly confused. This is how I engage with trolls. I'm just like, I'm very confused because I did hit all of those. I don't know what you're talking about. And then it continued. Like, weird, that doesn't sound like League to me. I know. I know, Gizmo. No, but that was just the start of it. It continued from there. One of them was like, you better get 10 kills. Well, okay, we'll get to that, because at that point it had kept going on for so long. The Maokai essentially kept feeding the enemy team. Like, he kept dying to them. And he kept dying to them, and they kept on blaming me for some reason. And honestly, the thing is that I will say I'm not the best with skill shots normally. Like, with Lux a lot of times, because the way I like will buy my items, especially in ARAM, I'll have plenty of mana. So it's usually just me like just throwing out her abilities when I have them. Sometimes they hit somebody, sometimes they don't. However, this game I actually did very well, especially at the beginning, where I almost landed every single one of my abilities. Like, I think, like almost every time. I think there was only one Q that I missed towards the beginning. Everything else hit like at least 1 or 2 people. But every time one of them would die, they would blame me. And I was just like, okay. At some point I was like, you guys are just trolling. Like, there's no way. I'm actually doing really good. I hadn't gotten any kills at that point, but I hadn't died, and most of them had already died by a lot. At some point, though, one of them was like, you better get 10 kills. And I said, or what? I was like, what is that statement? Or what? What are you gonna do? And he was like, I'll report you. I was like, wow, very scary. Wow, trembling. You're gonna report me for being bad? I don't even know. Anyway, I was just like, I don't get this at all. So, eventually I tried having fun with it, because I was just like, I was doing very well. I actually don't know. Got stomped because they literally kept feeding. Only one of them had a positive KD. The Wukong, he had a positive KD. The other 2 of their group did not. I had a positive KD. At some point, I was like, wow, it's real weird to have a positive KD right now. Because they kept on, like, I don't know. I even got, like, a triple kill twice? Maybe just once. I can't remember. But at least, maybe it was a triple kill and then a double kill later. But, like, I was doing really well at certain points. So I was just like, I don't get what's happening. I don't know if they were just like, hey, we're gonna go into this match and just berate one of the people to see what happens. So basically, that was my experience playing ARAM yesterday. I did report them at the end of it, because I was like, they literally harassed me for, it was a pretty short match. I think it was only like 10 to 12 minutes, something like that. And so I was like, I'm gonna report them because they were literally the worst. But anyway, and most of my games yesterday, though, I will say, went bad. I think I lost most of them, except for, I think, 2, one of which we stomped. It by 5 minutes into the ARAM match. We had reached their Nexus towers. I don't even know how that was possible. Like how we timed that well enough to do that, but I know we had I was Twisted Fate, and I went attack speed. Misfortune was on our team, but she went AP. And I think we had a Jin? And I can't remember the other two. Anyway, it was just... we ended up winning, for sure. But that was a pretty short game. But anyway, that was kind of my day yesterday. Side note, because I know Sassy, you might still be around. There is New Year's Day activities in Animal Crossing, by the way. So just keep that in mind as you go about your day, if you decide to participate with it or not. But a lot of you guys are actually on the East Coast and are so close to the New Year. It's still only almost 3 here. So I've still got a ways to go of 2021. But I hope it starts to treat you guys well. Played a couple of Apex matches yesterday. So less toxic, but maybe also because I don't have my mic on. Nor do I have, I don't have player chat either. So, anyway, it's a much better experience. By the way, in the case you guys missed it, make sure to go check out Gizmo's Tangled Tower stream. He finished it yesterday, and it was so much fun. So much fun to watch. I love that game. It is so well written. It was fun watching you try to guess all of the things, and it was fun to watch it now knowing the ending. I was very suspicious of Hawkshaw. Did not see the connection between her and Penelope at all. I definitely at some point, I think I mentioned this, but I was like, I remember while I was playing, I was like, wow, their voice actors sound very similar. And I didn't even think about, I didn't even say that out loud. So when they kind of revealed that, I was like, I should have said that. I could have been like, I'm a great detective. But in fact, I missed out on my opportunity. But so well done. So well done. I think I think it was Hawkshaw was the one that I was like, okay, I think you're probably bad. I didn't suspect Fritz at all because someone said that was their favorite character. Which I feel like usually probably meant that wasn't the murderer. That's how I actually think. That's why I don't like backseating and stuff, because I'll analyze things like that. I'm like, oh, they said this person's their favorite character, not the killer. Cool. Let's go to somebody else. So I think part of me did consider, and I think you started to say that you hate this trope, but I was like, is Freya just still alive somewhere? Is she hiding somewhere? There seems to be. I'm very confused. There's a lot of mystery about her. They kind of talk about her very mysteriously, that she's so different from anyone else, and that's at the house, and yeah, that's like a crime and murder mysteries. Yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of like, maybe she's still alive. Maybe it's a twist. Or I don't know. So, I think I suspected that for a bit, and I'm also glad that was not the case. That it wasn't like, Lol, she didn't die. Or I thought, I forget what the name of the lady who's in the painting. I thought maybe she also, there was going to be something there. Intro! How's 2022? Happy New Year's, my friend. Tell us the good news. But what a great game. Also so cool that Edwin was there. How cool is that? Thank you for being such an awesome part of my 2021. Same thing for you, Intro, and all of you. I appreciate that. So far, so good, by the way. I thought the end reveal was a little hard to predict overall without knowing some meta stuff, but was happy to piece everything together. That's true, and I wonder, even rewatching you play, I still feel like it would be very hard to guess. And I tend to like games where they can reward you for like putting things together and like maybe solving it beforehand. But I mean, like maybe you'd be able to get away with it. But yeah, there's like maybe some things that doesn't make sense, like how as you travel between all the rooms, that those two characters are always where they're supposed to be. There's not like ever a weird, delay or something like that. But that is good to hear, Intro. I'm glad that 2022 is going well. We have something to look forward to. Like, I feel like the game kind of lied a bit. Yeah, I agree with that. I enjoy, like, mystery movies or, games, stories that you can actually solve the crime yourself, even before the detective gets there, or you can come with your own conclusion that makes sense without, like, some... I'm sure, the writers have to tell a story and have to try to make it interesting. So there may be some things that they can't show all the time, but I don't know. I guess the killer partway through, but everything made sense in the end. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and to be fair, I didn't guess that Hawkshaw was not a person, like that it was somebody in disguise. But I was definitely like, to me, it was the painting. I started to get very suspicious of Hawkshaw when we found the painting in Freya's room. I was immediately like, that looks like Hawkshaw. And that's real weird. That's real weird. And so I think by that point I was like, cool, I don't trust you at all. At all. I will say, I know these mystery games sometimes aren't necessarily very engaging. Like Agatha Christie, I'm loving this game. I know that it is not very engaging for the viewers sometimes, but I love playing these games. I love playing them, so I'm going to continue. The painting looked very Hawkshaw. We caught onto that pretty quick, but what was odd was that she chose to... I know that is actually, I always think that, because I thought the same thing. I thought that Freya painted Hawkshaw, but the fact that she based her look on the painting is, I thought, very interesting. That's an interesting choice too. Kind of, I feel like it's also vaguely terrifying. TBH. Like, imagine, so Freya painted it, and they described it as like, she said herself that it was like something from a nightmare. I just then imagine somebody taking on the appearance of that in a way. I don't know. Even if it's not the exact same, they base their appearance on the, I don't know, that's mildly terrifying. The art style of the game is very pleasing to look at, but I feel like in actuality that thought's kind of terrifying to me. I will say, if you haven't deleted the game yet already, I really enjoyed going through in the main menu. There is as you play the game, you unlock I forget what it's called, almost like a gallery of oh, you did? You took a look at that? Nice. Okay. Yes. It's kind of neat to look at that stuff and then figure out, because I think they also had some notes on the side, like how they decided to draw certain things. I think they were talking about Grimoire a bit. I don't know. It's kind of cool. See the concept art. Yeah. I love concept art. I think it's one of my favorite things about movies and games. I have a lot of art books from Marvel movies. I kind of stopped collecting them just because they are kind of expensive. But I have a few of the concept art books from, I think I have the original Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, I have an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. one. Do I have Doctor Strange? I should if I don't. I should buy that if I don't. I also have Big Hero 6. The Big Hero 6 one is dope. Because it's all of these super cool, like Japanese inspired designs. It's so cool. But I love looking at the process that the artists go through. There's in the Guardians of the Galaxy one, they show, because there's a ton of commentary in these books, like paragraphs and pages of just exposition, or not exposition, but you know what I mean, of explanation of their process and stuff. But there's a couple of pages on just Star-Lord's mask. Super cool. Runner, welcome in. How are you? Happy 2022 Eve to you, sir. In the comics, Star-Lord's masks is a lot different. It actually, it's a helmet, covers his head and stuff, or did. But they talk about their process of how they got to the point where they decided to do his mask where it just covers his face, and they show different iterations of the design, and it's so neat. I love it. It's fun to go through concept art and not only see the process, but also I always feel inspired by going through those types of books. Personally. And of course the art's just amazing. The artists that they hire for these things are just crazy. Runner, what have you been up to today? Do you have any New Year's plans? I do not. I will probably be playing some Animal Crossing tonight. I enjoyed playing Animal Crossing as the years switched over, and so I will probably do that again. Once again. I did that last year. I got gifted a sub to someone random. Neat. Got any plans for 2020 version 3? Version 3 underscore test underscore draft underscore final. ASDF. That's just how I name all of my files. Nothing written in stone. Just streaming. That's pretty much it. 2020 update 3 pre-release beta. Yeah, this is a well, hopefully we've moved on from beta at this point. 2020 was definitely like a yeah, like a early build. Maybe not even alpha, alpha test. 2021 was like alpha or a beta, maybe. Hopefully 2022 is like the early review copy. Something like that. I don't know. I know, we already talked about that runner. It's Sag. No, I don't have any plans for 2022. Don't think, I mean, to be honest, I didn't realize it was New Year's Eve until yesterday. I was like, wait, oh yeah. Oh wait, tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow's a bigger, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, I'm a bit behind. I didn't even quite realize that then the new year was approaching us. Mr. Soul Creek, welcome in. Happy New Year. We are still in 2021, but I hope yours is going well. Unfortunately not, intro. Unfortunately not. But yeah, I guess that was earlier today. Yeah, I don't have any plans. I don't really think far ahead in advance, no. I would love to get a new iMac this year. That's something that I would like to do. I've been playing Civ 6 all year long. Lol. Amazing. Amazing. I would love to get a new iMac this year. Maybe I'll be in a place to get a PS5 at some point. But that's really like all I have planned. Solve some more crimes. Play some more Animal Crossing. See where the channel is in this next year. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 if that comes out ever. But no written in stone plans. Just lounging, same old. But what about you guys? Is there anything that you want to do in 2022? New Year's resolutions, etc. I need this coffee to kick in. Feeling a little sleepy. I also have not eaten, so maybe that is part of it. But yesterday I went to pick up some groceries, and it wasn't until after they closed that I realized they didn't give me something, but they still charged me for it. So I need to take care of that. I want to do more Twitch stuff. This journey has been the best time of my life. Nice! That's awesome. That's awesome, Mr. Soul Creek. Yeah, we're gonna just keep trucking along, continuing our stuff. I'd like to maybe update some branding type stuff this year. Maybe work on a new intro or something, but really we're just gonna keep kind of building on what we've been doing. Keep playing the same old type of games, whether they're super engaging or not. We're just gonna keep doing it, because maybe at some point you guys will just enjoy it. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much all I've got going on. I'm not a huge like planner as far as like too far in advance. Just because I'm like, how do you even know what's going to happen? How do we even know what's going to happen? So I'm just kind of taking this, a week at a time, just about. Trying to figure out what I've got going on in the week and then doing that. So we'll see what, how this year pans out. But, so today we are going to continue Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot, the first cases. We've been playing that for the last 2 streams. We just got onto the main case yesterday, where somebody's being blackmailed. And so we're at a dinner party and trying to solve that. And it's been really fun so far. I'm actually really enjoying it. The characters are really good. I'm liking this more and more as we play it. I wasn't as sure about the first day that we played it. This one, because this is a sequel. I wasn't totally on board, but I'm here now. I see how the game plays, and I'm here now. So I think we're gonna go ahead and start hopping on in to the game because we want to solve some crimes. We want to get to the meat and potatoes of crime solving. All right, put that there. Pause the music. So that goes away. Boop and boop. Perfect. All right. So, for people who have not seen it, I'll catch you up briefly. Basically, the game started out. We are a young Hercule Poirot, even younger than we are in this present day time, in this present day case. But basically, we were like an officer. We were investigating a theft. And it was a bracelet that got stolen from this moderately wealthy family. Where is, here, this will help. By the Vanden Bosch family. And Cassandra is the madame, the mother. Angeline was her daughter. And then they had Elizabeth, who's like a servant. And Florette. Was there another? No, that was just it. I think that was it. Basically, in that case, we discover... so Florette is the one... She's being accused of stealing the bracelet. And as we investigate, we learn that she did not steal it. And she, in fact, couldn't have. But the daughter who reported it stolen... actually hid it. The bracelet wasn't stolen at all. Turns out she was fearful that her mother was going to sell the bracelet that her father gave her. Her father passed a while back. The Vanden Bosches are struggling with money, and the mom had started just selling a lot of their possessions. And so Angeline, fearing that her mother was going to sell the bracelet, hid it and then just said, "Oh, it got stolen." But her mother, went and got the police, and we got involved. We were able to get her to admit that she was the one who stole it, but her mother refused to believe. She called in Major, well, he's a major now, but Felix Hagen. He was like I think, well, he's in the military. I don't think we're really... I don't think he was higher ranking than us. But he was considered to be more, responsible, or I don't know. But basically he was like, "No, it's okay. I'll look into this whole thing. We're just going to go ahead and arrest Florette." So Florette, who was accused, who didn't do it, she was arrested. And... that basically we were off of the case is essentially what happened. That was all the prologue. We end up getting a letter from Angeline many years later. She apologizes for all that happened and said that through that experience, she really matured and saw that what she did was wrong, and feels very guilty about what happened with Florette. And says that she wishes that she's contacting us in better circumstances. However, she needs our help because she is engaged. and recently has started being blackmailed by somebody. She's throwing a dinner party, and she believes that one of the people attending is the blackmailer. And so we get to this mansion. We've talked to her. We've caught up with her. She's doing well. She still feels really bad about before. Does not know what happened to Florette. It seems nobody does. Nobody knew where to contact her. A lot of her stuff was like just thrown out of the home that she was working at. So nobody really knows where she is. Joe Gade, welcome in. Happy New Year, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good. Angeline. Oh, I am just chatting. Thank you. Thank you for being aware of that. We just switched over. I am currently, there we go. Giving a little recap of where we're at in the game so far. So Angeline, who's in the previous case, who's being blackmailed, is marrying Gideon Demir. So far seems to be a stand-up guy. He's the perfect example of a husband-to-be, which may be suspicious. But overall seems like a decent guy. He hasn't really done much. He actually paid. So Angeline told a few people about the blackmail. The people who know are Angeline, obviously. Her mother, Cassandra. She told Elizabeth, who is like one of her longtime friends, plus like a maidservant. And she told her husband and us. And I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. The mom, it was just like, just ignore it. It's not anything. They don't have it, like, the person blackmailing said that they have a dark secret that would ruin their family. Angeline wants to pay the ransom because she's just fearful that something bad is going to mess up, like, her marriage, essentially, or her soon-to-be marriage, or the Van den Bosch name. The mom said not to pay it and just said to ignore it, that it didn't matter at all. Gideon, his reaction, I can't remember what his reaction was, but he gave Angeline money to pay the blackmailer. He ended up being the one to pay it. And though we have learned that he is not necessarily super wealthy. So I'm curious how he was able to like afford that, but anyway. His brother is here, Zach Demir. Zach is essentially a drunk so far. That's all we really know about him. Doesn't seem to get along with his brother, and nor really like anybody at the house. He just kind of is causing trouble. We met Margot at the end of the stream. She runs a charity, is very wealthy, has been has been friends with the Van den Bosches for a really long time. I think she says that basically Cassandra Van den Bosch is basically one of her best friends. I should mention, Cassandra is literally the worst. She is very snobbish, talks down to us any chance she gets, is just the worst. Talked to Ernesto. We don't really know much about him. I mean, he hasn't really done anything. We just chatted with them. Seems kind of short with us, not height-wise. He's been a friend of Cassandra's for a long time and used to work with her husband. Major Felix, who was in the prologue, he was that officer that kind of took over the case and made us arrest Florette. He's here. He's been hanging around the Van den Bosches for a long time. And is still the worst also. He's also just a like annoying person to be around. He got into a fight with Gideon. Shortly, like towards the end of our stream, he got into a fight with Gideon. Gideon pushed him over, punched him. It seems as though Zach. Oh yeah, here was a thought that I had. So Zach took one of Felix's cigars, and apparently Felix got super mad, and snatched it away from him. Said not to touch his cigars. And Gideon came in and like broke them up and pushed over the major. I was like, I wonder if there's something in the cigars. Like, what if it's not really a cigar? What if it's like a treasure map or something? Maybe there's something inside of the cigars. We'll see. We've also met Hugo, who I don't really have much of an opinion on. He is a leader of a union and really wants to talk to Jackie. Jackie is a kind of stuck-up American who runs a newspaper and knows a lot of secrets and that sort of thing. And that's basically everyone we've met so far. Oh, there's also Archibald. He is the butler. We did learn, so he's really stressed. They're understaffed. We deduced earlier that the staff probably know about the blackmail. As to what extent, we don't really know, but we haven't talked to anyone, but we're like, they probably know. They probably know that they're being blackmailed. That's basically where we're at. So here we are. We need to, there's a few things we need to do. Also, let me clear these. The way, if you have not watched this game, the way we play it is we chat with people. We uncover clues and motives and different thoughts, and then we go to our mind map, which is what we're looking at right now. And we basically connect the dots. So we don't have any links right now. I'm actually covering up the icon that shows us how many links we have. But basically, as we uncover more information about a person or an event, it kind of keeps sprouting off. And then what we can do is actually, if there are events that actually have significance together, we can connect those, and it'll create like an additional thought. And then we can use that to do something later. At first, the system gave me a little bit of trouble, but I think we're starting to figure it out now. Okay, so this is Zach. This is Gideon's brother. Gideon is the fiance.
Fire away, detective.
I get the feeling you do not have much fondness for the Major.
The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think it's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
Oh, that's right. Also, Zach is a war veteran. I thought he was going to be like an artist or something. Or something like that. But no, he's like a combat medic, I think.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
I have stumbled upon a delicate subject. It may be best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party.
I don't mean to dampen the celebrations, but would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?
I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
Something tells me his excessive drinking is not in celebration of his brother's engagement. His recollection of war makes me think it may be something more serious.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Okay. So we now have one more link. So now we can go in here. We have a new piece that's opened up, which is this. It says, brothers have a history with the Major. So I assume... this is going to connect to maybe this?
Magnifique.
I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think it's the Major's place to cast judgment on Gideon. The Major intended to warn Angeline. So maybe... Okay, so it looks like the Major is against them getting married. Which kind of makes sense, I guess, if... I mean, they fought on different sides of a war. Okay, we need to talk to Margot, Archibald, and Ernesto. Margot's here.
I am all yours, detective.
You mentioned the Madame's friendship with the Major?
You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
Well, I am a detective.
I believe it is called small talk, no?
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
You are not a fan of his.
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house. Madness.
They are... Cassandra and the Major are, like, at this point in the game, the two most toxic people. And it seems like that also carries into their relationship. It is something I never thought I would hear. Madame was ready to physically escort me out of the house when I arrived to investigate Mademoiselle's missing bracelet, and yet she allows the Major to get away with murder. There must be a reason as to why she would be so accepting of such behavior.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Okay. All right. This is all about the guests and their connections. We have one over here. Zach is repressing something. Okay, I don't think we have information on that. The Major didn't treat Cassandra well.
What a revelation.
I cannot tell if Margot's dislike for the Major comes from a genuine place or merely jealousy. Interesting. But she dislikes the Major. Him yelling is not a surprise. Because again, he's very blunt and forceful, but as is Cassandra. It basically in every conversation we've had with her, she's put us down. To just be like, wow, I do not remember you at all. Sterling is talking on the phone. That's the butler. Almost too loud to ignore.
Vanden Bosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, of course. Please hold for one moment. Sir? Yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
Archibald? Who was that?
What can I do for you?
The Major has made himself quite at home here.
Yes, he has been here for some time now. Lady Vanden Bosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards, and so he should.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
What did we learn here? The Major views the family as high class. Is this connected? Oh, maybe, because they're different status.
Another success.
The Major may feel that associating with the Demir family may lower the Vanden Bosch's name. I wonder if this is the limit of his negativity. That they would have a drop in status.
Things are beginning to
It is clear the Major does not see the Demir brothers in a good light. What does his thoughts towards them have to do with the couple's relationships? The Major thinks the Demirs are bad for the family. Let's see. Is this connected?
order and method.
No.
That
Okay. So we have one more. We have one more link. Oh, maybe this is connected.
the pieces of the puzzle are finally coming to.
The Major clearly doesn't want the wedding to go ahead. Gideon's reason for punching the Major was perhaps valid after learning of the reason he's against the wedding. Objective complete. Okay. So we're deducing that the Major disapproves of the wedding because he thinks the Demirs are bad for the family because of a possible drop in status, which would maybe be bad for like either future business or financial stuff. It seems as though even so at the beginning of the game, the Vanden Bosches were having financial trouble. It seems we learned that it seems like they still have financial troubles. So okay. Oh, on the to-do list, go talk to Ernesto. He was up here. Is it one? It might be one more floor up. Nope. I take it back. Hello, Ernesto.
Is there something else you need?
Yes. You've done business with other guests at this party.
It seems someone has been asking around about me.
Who could it be?
Only polite curiosity, I can assure you.
Well, you would be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur.
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There's obviously more to learn about the goings-on between Monsieur de Silva, that is Ernesto, and the Major. It certainly does not sound like a positive business relationship.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Okay. We have no links here, but what did we piece together? Oh, there it is. They have a rocky working relationship. Interesting. Okay. So what is on our to-do list?
Monsieur Poirot, is there something else I can help you with?
Nope.
Merci.
Double check. Okay, yeah, that's done. That whole thing is complete. Nothing there. We've talked to everyone that it says we're supposed to. Maybe we're supposed to go... Oh, where was the study? Maybe I should see if I can hear that phone call. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Hold on. What's this? To the salon. Is there a door this way? No. The dining room. I don't think I know where the study is, but I could be misremembering. But we'll find it. Butler's pantry. That's where Elizabeth is. Staff quarters. Okay. Someone's room. Everyone should be enjoying the festivities. I have no need to go into this bedroom. Well, just for the sake of exploration, my friend. Alright, that's where everyone's hanging out right now. Oh, I think it's time I joined the party. Really? Okay. Is that not in... Oh, he's at the study. This is to the library. Is there a phone in here? Is someone taking a phone call? Did I miss that? Zoom out. Zoom and enhance. I don't think so. Maybe I'll try going to the dining room? Or back into the salon? It's weird that they don't tell me. Maybe they were just like, they'll figure out they need to go somewhere. They'll try go talking to everyone again. Archibald, where am I supposed to go? Let's go to the salon. Wait a minute. Oh, Pons! Happy New Year! How are you? I hope you're doing well, my friend. Good, good. I'm glad to hear. Hope you're doing well. Do you have any New Year's plans tonight? Playing Monopoly! Oh, that's amazing. Love it. Okay, where do I need to go? Archibald.
What can I do for you?
Merci.
Archibald. Tell me where I'm supposed to go. No staying home? Hey, that's awesome, though. Can I just sit down? Just sit in a chair. That's awesome, though. Well, enjoy Monopoly. I don't want to take you away from your fam. Oh. I unlocked a new conversation. Talk to Cassandra. Okay. GG! Opons, we'll see you later. Thanks for coming in and saying hello to us. Oh, wait. No, we've already looked at the bottle before. Okay.
Let's make this quick, Detective.
I was passing and I noticed the butler's pantry was locked.
Locked? That is absurd. They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area, anyway?
See, look at her. She is just the worst.
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
I may not have been the permission I was expecting, but I shall take it nonetheless. I shall try the pantry again.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Narrator, it wasn't. I guess she gave me a key. I thought I was actually meant to go talk to Archibald first, but it's okay. Oh, good. Okay, I thought Elizabeth was dead. Unlocked? I must have caught a staff member at the right time. Oh,
Bonjour,
wait.
mademoiselle.
That's not Elizabeth.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about Madame.
Forgive me, I did not get your name.
Inga Frank, detective.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility. A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère.
You have all been working very hard this evening.
Oui, detective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite. But if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Okay, new person. Also... Okay. Inga. So no new questions have unlocked, I don't think, but... A photograph showing 7 members of staff. The house would surely run like clockwork with so many. There's Elizabeth and Inga. Archibald. And 4 people we don't know.
Oh.
Papers that order the dismissal of a staff member for accessing rooms without permission. Curious. Dear Miss Allard, Your position as housemaid with the Van den Bosch residence is hereby officially terminated with immediate effect for the following reasons. Accessing forbidden areas of the house, refusal to make a sincere apology, emotional distress brought to the family. A reference shall be offered pending future employment. Sincerely, Madame Van den Bosch.
Huh.
Okay, yeah, we looked at that. And no conversations to be had. I guess maybe I'll go talk to Archie? Oh. The staff rota for this evening. 4 people are assigned. Is this enough staff to proceed with tonight's events? Archibald, Elizabeth, Inga, and Rihanna. We have not met Rihanna yet. Kitchen, breakfast, lunch, dinner, breakfast, lunch, dinner, evening service, housekeeping, family, morning for the family, evening turn down service. Okay. A new mind map. Find out how staff members may be linked into recent events. The staff live and work in this house with the Van den Bosch family. It would not be surprising for them to know more than the family would expect or want. Okay. We have one link right now. I feel like, I don't know if this can connect, whoops, but...
Come, my little Grace.
Okay, staff termination. Forbidden areas of the house. The staff photo.
I must take a different approach if I am...
How about...
I should not be surprised by my own...
It appears there are a number of staff missing based on the photo and rota. Why could this be? Insufficient staff?
Is there something... I must act on thought and fact.
Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess.
It appears the missing staff were in fact relieved of their duties. Could there be another reason for letting them go?
I should not be surprised by my own skill.
If the family are being more cautious with their money, maybe staff were let go for that reason. Layoffs related to money issues. Okay, we now have 3 conversations we need to do, and no links. We need to talk to Inga, Cassandra, and Archibald.
Oui, détective. I am at your service.
Madame has recently fired some members of the staff, though.
That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
I am not asking you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have.
Uh-oh.
Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found that I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle. Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
That's been there. Or wait. Oh, maybe that's not new. Yeah, this is
Another
different.
success.
It appeared for a moment, at least, that the family had organized their financial situations. Okay, there's something else to talk to Cassandra about. No links here, but we did say staff knows family is hiding something. Maybe the guy... Maybe the guy who got fired, I mean, would have motive for blackmailing them, especially if they saw something they shouldn't have. Staff know family is hiding something. Okay. Let's talk to Archibald and then Cassandra. My eyes are so dry for some reason. So if you see me blinking a lot, it's because of that.
What can I do for you?
Maybe so bold as to ask about the staff at the house. I have no idea why it is that when I stream, my nose just goes nuts. I always end up sneezing on stream for some reason when I won't sneeze the rest of the day, but usually right at the beginning of a stream, I usually have a sneeze. But yeah, my eyes are just so dry, and I don't know why. I've been meaning to mention this, but I keep forgetting. I made some chili recently in a crock pot and have had it. And I had ordered, meant to get some jalapenos, but apparently they were out of it because I like really spicy chili. And they didn't have any, so I used a bunch of spices. Like I used red cayenne pepper, and then I had red chili flakes that I put in. And what's interesting is that the chili does not taste hot. Like, it's really not spicy pretty much at all. However, I'm having the effect of eating something spicy despite it not being spicy. So my nose starts running as I have my chili because it's weird to explain, but it's like it's not it's not spicy at all, really. I think it might be more spicy for some people, but I can barely taste the kick. So it's weird, but my body still goes through as if I was eating something spicy. My nose starts to run, so I don't know. Interesting. May I be so bold as to ask about the staff of the house?
What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is not a complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
I've gotten to that point after eating so much Indian food. Oh, man. Indian spicy is really spicy. The spice doesn't bother me, but I'll still sweat and get a runny nose. Yeah, it's so weird. Because I love spicy food. So I don't know if if it's just having the spices there, even though I'm not sensing the heat really, or still if it's still just the the chemical makeup of the peppers, the red cayenne and the chili flakes just being there that makes me react that way. But it's not very, it's not hot. It doesn't taste spicy to me, but my nose keeps on running, and I get I have to start clearing my throat a lot. But anyway, let's see. It's more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I'm inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Not exactly what the termination papers stated.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
You've been most helpful by lying or withholding information. Not lying, I guess. Staff termination.
This will not get me any closer.
Oh, wait. Or maybe it's this. These two are connected. Yeah.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally
The paperwork conflicts with Archibald's accounts. Only one could be telling the true story. Archibald, what are you hiding? It was the first time he's, like, spoken to us in a more kind of rude way. Not rude. Frustrated. But I think it might just be stress. I think it's a stress-related thing and not... I don't think he's actually, like... I don't know. Stress can force somebody to do a lot of crazy things. Maybe such as blackmail. For instance.
Let's make this quick, Detective.
Yes, Cassandra. I was hoping to explore the house.
The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Oh my gosh.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer. They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
That's a lie. We've literally found a letter.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
No! I just hate dealing with this lady.
Why would I? He is to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name.
By the way, when the audio cuts out at the end of, like, a sentence, I'm not doing that. That's just how the game is. It has nothing to do with your own financial standing. I understand Monsieur de Silva has been of help.
I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
The bush.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
Ooh, good comeback.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best serves me. Now, Monsieur de Silva.
Yes, he has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Oh boy. I thought it was only Madame Vandenbosch that was so concerned with her appearance to others. Perhaps a major was of a similar mindset, although I am still not sure how he fits into the family dynamic. Objective complete. Okay. What do we got? Talk to Archibald. Archie! I'm coming for you. My eyes.
What can I do for you?
The smell from the kitchen is becoming almost too much to bear.
Ah, perfect timing. I was about to ask that everyone move through to the dining room.
Très bien.
Uh-oh. Cutscene? What's gonna happen?
Yes, Maman. Perhaps Turkey. I would love to see my beloved's homeland.
I'm sure we will decide on somewhere. Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me.
I don't believe anyone did.
The Major's not here.
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The Major has been murdered in his study!
Oh!
Monsieur et Madame, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian police force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Murder! We were so hungry, but we didn't know that murder was on the menu. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. A noticeable, almost sinister chill can be felt upon entering. I think is the window's open. I think that's what that is. Hold on. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. If you need to stand up and stretch or something, now is the perfect time to do it. There's a murder, and you never solve a murder without at least going to the bathroom beforehand. So I will be right back, and we will solve this murder here in a second. Be right back, my friends. All right, friends, we are back. I hope that if you needed to get some water or something, that you were able to, or go to the bathroom. I stopped by and picked up some Pocky from my refrigerator. I like cold chocolate, so I also put my Pocky in the refrigerator. Like a cool guy. I promise. Okay, there you go. Promise I can open this. Because what's solving a case without also some Pocky? It's an important tool in the crime solving toolkit. Okay. Pocky! I love Pocky. I love strawberry things. This is strawberry. It's also, the strawberry one is like much cheaper. Or like the plain strawberry and chocolate are much cheaper than the other ones. By like a wide margin. So, like, I think this was $1 something. If you get the cookies and cream one, it's like $3 something here. So, I decided to go with strawberry. I was like, okay, well, at least I love strawberries. So that's the thing. Okay. All right. So the Major has been murdered. You see, I wish I knew we needed to go to the study, though I was curious who called him, but okay. Wait, what? Oh yeah, Emerald, you missed it. The Major's dead. He didn't show up to dinner, and our manager, sort of. I think he was like a major in the military, and we're like a police officer. We went on the police side, so we weren't like in the prologue. He technically did not have jurisdiction, I don't think, and we even say that. But they're kind of like, I think Cassandra's like, no, you're done. Please leave us. So, like, he was, I don't think we've ever worked for him. Oh, yeah, he was our, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. You weren't being serious about that. Yeah. Yeah. Karen called the manager. That manager is dead. So we're gonna get a promotion. I guess we'll see. He's lying on the floor. Here's I guess this rules him out as a blackmailer. Huh. Maybe? Okay. I will say, though, could still maybe be Cassandra. Because we know that the Major was yelling at Cassandra. And has been treating her poorly. Maybe she snapped. So a noticeable, almost sinister chill can be felt upon entering. Apparently that chill is not the fact that the window's open.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
Strange thing to say.
I am thankful to have someone of your resilience by my side.
I just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
I admire your faith in your fellow man, but you will be surprised what someone will do when they feel there is no other option.
Did any members of the staff have access to this office?
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study, and they were all present in the staff quarters, or part of the dinner service.
And everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts.
Tell me about the phone call the Major received.
Phone call? Yeah. It was one of his business associates.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the Major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Gideon is One Punch Man confirmed?
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
His name is Saitama Gideon? Or I can't remember his last name, but something like that. Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated. Alright. Let's look around. Well. Never mind.
Oh.
A single stab wound. I would expect to see a number of puncture wounds if the culprit had come here with the intention of murder. A result of the confrontation from Monsieur Demire, although only one punch was thrown, there is substantial bruising to his face. I must use all my detective skills and experience here. Besides the stab wound, there's little to go on from his body. I was brought here to find the blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the Major's death must take precedence. Purple bruise on face, single stab wound. Okay.
Anything I could...
Your help and discretion.
What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? It is open. That's why he said something about like a disturbing chill in the air. And when he walked into the room, I was like, well, the window is open. Maybe that's what that is.
Huh.
Odd to have a bucket this size for such a minute amount of water. Yeah, seriously.
Huh.
The snow continues to bellow in. Why this window has been left open, I cannot fathom. But we're gonna leave it open. A wallet. It does not look as though anything is obviously missing from it.
Oh.
A note is stuffed down the side of the seat. You do not know me well. No, you do not know me. But I know you and your past very well. Years have passed and your actions remain hidden to the world. Actions that would shame even the evilest of men. The details so heinous to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. Now is the time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece to the puzzle, the one that no one else would. If you wish to remain a free man, fill a brown paper parcel with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont. Is this the same as the first letter? Well, there is time to consider your next move. I would not ponder it on for too long. When the world knows of your crimes, they would surely not ponder long on your punishment. Another one. Okay, because that was the same name that they used for the drop-off. Another blackmail letter, written in a similar manner to the ones addressed to Mademoiselle Angeline. Could the Major be hiding a secret of his own? Or is he, in fact, the author of the letters? I mean... Hey, Biscuits! Welcome in! How are you? There was a murder that happened. The Major is dead. Zoom in and enhance. So we're solving a murder. How are you doing? Burnt carpet. Maida. It's quite severe. Such a shame to see such beautifully made carpet ruined. But where did the fire come from? Fireplace isn't on. Oh, well, he smokes. I wonder if it's like a cigar stain. Surprising that it has been left visible. Surely it would be a quick and easy fix. Nope. A bulky safe made with security in mind. It's locked tight, but a box of valuables sits on top. What are these valuables? Okay, let me just double check. We didn't miss a thing. I really feel like we should close the window, or at least look out the window. Okay, Archie.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
And Happy New Year! Got any plans or anything that you're doing?
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Oh, mind map. Okay, we got a lot of stuff. Okay. A substantial amount of money, enough that a thief would not overlook it. Perhaps something else was stolen? Irish! Irish Eyes, how are you? What were you doing? Happy New Year. Irish, my friend. You were playing Kena, Bridge of Spirits? No way. I really want to play that. I'm waiting until maybe eventually I get a PS5. Setting up all my badges and channel point stuff and hanging out with you are on my plans. Nice! Always great to hear. Irish, how is Kena? That game looks so much fun. Welcome in, friends. If you are new here, my name is Jet. We play a lot of chill games normally. Lots of indie games, mystery games, puzzle games, Animal Crossing. If that's any stuff you're interested in, more than welcome to say hello. And if also you're not interested in that, you can also say hello. We love solving Midas. Kena is beautiful. We actually have someone in who hangs around here who worked on Kena, and that's one of the reasons why I want to play it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But also, before I forget, I'm gonna also move my camera. Irish and friends, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day and Happy New Year. If you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count 3. 1, 2, 3. Wha-bam. And Biscuits, thanks for gifting a sub to Irish. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What? Yeah, we I won't say unless they're, I don't know if they're here right now. They popped in earlier. But there's someone here who worked on Kena towards the beginning of production, and then I think they moved to a different studio. Jet is a gift. Please have some biscuits. That's so nice. Auntie Media, a sideways raid is what I would say if Irish said to. Amazing. Red Demoogle is a big fan of the game and the devs. That's awesome. It looks like such a great game. I really want to play it. It looks fun. How's the combat and stuff? It's so good to have you here. If you guys have not followed Irish Eyes, please go do. Irish is a big Kingdom Hearts fan. I recall you also playing some Dark Souls as well. Now it looks like you're playing Kena. That's awesome. I hope you're having a good New Year's Eve. I don't really have any plans besides maybe playing some Animal Crossing on my own, but I'm playing it on easy, so manageable. I can see why master difficulty would be a challenge. Yeesh. Such a beautiful game. It's on my list. I have so many games right now that are games I would love to play. But at this point, I'm like, man, I feel like I should just wait till I get a PS5 to play some of these so I can experience them at, like, I don't know, higher resolution, a better quality maybe. Because I have a base PS4, but Same. Yeah, there's a few that I have. Actually, there's actually a couple that I already own. Well, I have a PS5. Oh, that's fair. I still don't. I'm still, well, trying to live first. And then, hopefully, maybe at some point, if we have a really good month, maybe I can try to get a PS5. But I have a lot of games to play. Yeah. Actually, so I purchased some games a while back, and then I was like, I think I'm just going to wait for the PS5, and I'll get I'll buy the upgrade or see if there's like a next gen upgrade. Like I have, living is hard, and paying for things. Why do things have to cost money? So I'm buying a PS5. Easy. Yeah, sure. Easy. I've got like Ghost of Tsushima, and I forget what other game I have. They've just been sitting there on my shelf because I'm like, I want to play this, but I'll wait. I'll wait at this point. But I want to play Final Fantasy VII Interrograde just so I could play that youthy bit. Because I've got we played the main game. I want to play that part. Man, I wish I could just go back in time and give you the other order I had, Jet, or even just share my current one with you. Just move to Alaska. Easy, Gizmo. And I bought Demon Souls, but I haven't made it to it yet. Oof. That game looks so difficult. Interrograde was great. I've heard it's really good. Good guy, Gizmo. That's so true. No. Well, you see, so part of it, I mean, like, I'm not at a place where I can afford a PS5. So I'm like, there have been times where I've been able to get it. So when I had money, I was unable to like land a pre-order. Now that I don't have money, I just haven't really been looking because it's like, what's the point? So I'm just sort of like in limbo now. But you could do remake DLC in one stream. Perfect. I would love to. It looks so fun. I'm also glad that it's not super long too, because I was like, what? There's this whole extra bit that they added. So at least if we did it, it would be kind of like a one-off thing. But I've been kind of in like RPG moods. So I actually think we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy soon. My birthday is next Friday, and I'm trying to figure out what we'll play for a birthday stream. Part of me is like, I kind of want to play, so I kind of want to play Super Mario RPG, the Super Nintendo game, because that's very nostalgic for me, and I don't know when else I would play it. But I have talked about playing Final Fantasy X, 9, and 8. 8 is my favorite. And so I'm like, should we just play 8 on my birthday? Would that be great? Or should we do something else? Should we play a game that people would rather see? So I don't know yet. We'd probably start off with Animal Crossing so I could do my birthday stuff and then play something else, but I don't know. I don't know yet. So if you guys have any thoughts, feel free to throw them in chat or in the Discord or something. But trying to figure out. But I've been in Final Fantasy moods. I know, Irish, you've mentioned you're not a big fan of turn-based, but I love some of these games. And 8 is like so nostalgic for me. I love it. Super Mario RPG is also great. But I don't know. I've also been like, I kind of want to play Chrono Trigger for some reason. I haven't felt that way in a long time. So, I don't know. I don't ever really play retro games. So I don't know why I'm feeling this way. Maybe it's just Gizmo, maybe you're rubbing off on me. Turn-based is also not my jam, can relate. I understand that. I can understand that. I think I am a bit of a slower, maybe you guys have noticed, bit of a slower processor sometimes. And I think I like turn-based because it allows me to think about the strategy of what's going on and what I should do versus, even though it's a lot of menus, I think it's easier for me to like get a hold of it versus, when it comes to action, you got to be on top of your game. Auntie Media, well, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate. Slow processor over here too. Hey, I have just come to understand that some things are going to take me a minute to sort of like really like think through. So that's why I think that's part of the reason why I like turn-based, because I like to think about the strategy, but it's going to take me a while. That's a good point, Biscuits. That's actually a fair like hack and slash. You probably don't have to think as much, maybe. Especially once you get down like combos and stuff, you can just kind of mash through it. So that's a good point. I haven't actually thought about that. Maybe it's my reaction time is just not fast enough. I don't know. But welcome in, Auntie Media. Do you go by Auntie? No, it's Audie. I'm reading it wrong. I thought it was Auntie. Auntie Media. I was like, oh, cool. Someone's aunt is here. I also apparently cannot read. I like to being able to plan out moves. Timers bother me in a lot of games, so I like turn-based and open world. Oh man, yeah, totally. Play Bayonetta one time, and here I am. That's I've rented Bayonetta, which is not the best way to play it. Sorry, I cannot read, Audie. We actually, I was gonna say, to that point, we have played a game called The Red Lantern, which is like a dog sledding game. You're like moving to Alaska, and you have to, it's like survival game sort of. We've played it before, but then they did an update, and we played the update, and they added a timer to one of the mini games. And it makes it so much more difficult, and I hate that they did that, actually. When you have to go like hunting for food and scavenging for resources and stuff, there's a mini game where there's like a circle that is just going across the screen horizontally, and then there is a white dot that is going in the opposite direction, but it's going in waves, and in order to get like a successful hit, you have to push the button when both of them are like centered on each other. Is that a concentric circle, or is concentric when it's offset? Anyway, the circles have to be touching. Before, you could just sort of like wait it out, still try to figure out the timing, but you had infinite amount of time to like get the dot right. But now they added a timer, and it feels so short, and it makes the game a little bit more stressful. I don't like it. You're not the first to say that. No worries. Thank you. And SMRPG is so awesome. I love it. It's one of my favorite games. Haven't played it in a super long time. It'd be kind of fun to play. I don't know. I don't know what to do for like special streams for like birthdays and things. Bayonetta is fun. I got to finish number 2. I think I only did the first 2 levels of the second one. My main experience with Bayonetta is just mostly Smash, I think. But I rented the first one, and then I was like, this game's a lot longer than I have time for. Can't judge. Accidentally played like most of number 1 in the Princess Peach outfit. Amazing. Oh, you asked him which outfit is better, 1 or 2. There's the Princess Peach outfit. Love it. Stress Jet is stressed. It makes it so much harder as the pressure's online. So, by the way, everyone, we're currently playing Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot. Long title. Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot, The First Cases. So it's like a prequel to this series of games. He's a bit younger, some of his first cases. A little on the nose. But we were investigating a blackmail situation where this lady that we helped before earlier in the game many years ago, she's getting married now, and she received a letter from a blackmailer, and she's not sure. The blackmailer is sort of like, I know a secret about your family, and it'll ruin everything, so pay me all this money. And she ends up paying it, but she's throwing this dinner party as a celebration of her engagement, and she believes that maybe somebody who is being invited to this party is the blackmailer, but is unsure. So she actually she reached out to us after we helped her many years ago, and to be a guest, but to really be there to investigate the blackmail. But while we were at dinner, one of the guests was just murdered, and so now we're solving a murder on top of it. And the Wii U one, you can play it as the Link outfit, Peach or Samus. No way, that's amazing. Sounds right. Thought the green was Luigi, but my memory did me bad. I can't believe there are other games for this series. I played, and then there were none randomly on the Wii, and I was incredibly lost in it. It's a trap, a dinner party trap. Might be. I wonder if they're like, it might be it's a Clue situation where they're all blackmailing the same person. Multiple letters. They just don't know it yet. So we played the ABC Murders, which is another Agatha Christie game, Hercule Poirot. That was really fun. We played that like a month-ish ago. Maybe 2 months ago now. This one, they added some different features. Blackmail on the Orient Express. Yeah, exactly. This one is... she just keeps reusing that same idea. They all did it. And Austin, thank you so much for that host. I appreciate it. I like mystery games, but the Wii one was the definition of instructions unclear. I think a lot of these games are a bit like that. And this honestly started that way. So the ABC Murders was super cool because as you talk to people, there would be words that would appear by their face that would say like, this person is saying this statement with like, they're hiding something, or they're frustrated, or jealousy, or whatever. So it was like, as you're almost looking in through Hercule Poirot's, mind's eye in a way, where like you're watching their face move, but also getting to uncover their hidden motive, I suppose. This game, they did away with that. But now we have this mind map that's a little confusing, and it took me a bit. But I think we're starting to get a hang of it now. Happy New Year, Austin! That's awesome. I'm very excited about the new year. Thanks for wishing us a year and for being here, everybody. I like that it tells you all the clues here. Yeah. The newer Sherlock Holmes games by Frogwares have a similar mechanic. Very helpful. I've been watching someone's playthrough of, I forget what that one's called, but the one that has the My Chemical Romance Sherlock. Though it still seems like a jumbled mess at the moment, I assume everything connects as you go. So the way this works is, this is our mind map. And there are different, ideas, I guess. So this one is, this mind map is determine what happened prior to the Major's murder. This one is investigate the blackmail. So it does kind of build off of itself. So for example, I'll actually show you how this works. There are major clues. Here we have open window. There's a safe in the room. There's a wallet. I'm hiding this more by accident, but behind me, you can see, now they removed the sun. You see that by my face, right here, in fact. It says a 2 with a link, means that there are 2 links currently on this mind map that we can connect. So I need to look at all of these pieces and draw a line between 2 of them. So, for example... Okay, so I will say it's become a little bit easier now that I know maybe what to look for. The first case that we were doing this, they're like, great, now just start making connections between some of these things. I was like, I legitimately don't know what you're looking for here. None of this seems to make sense to me. But I think I have sort of figured out that there is a common theme between most of them, which is that usually if they can be connected, they're usually like in line with each other. This one's pretty close. I don't know if this will be connected. This is a large check and a sum of money. Curious if this is one of the links. It might not be.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay, so let's take a look around. Let's see if we can find one. We've got an ice bucket. Remaining ice cubes. And you can look at these and he'll say a few additional things. Single stab wound, purple bruise on face, burnt carpet, unrepaired dent and plaster. I wonder if he punched the wall or something like that. But it is still a bit jumbled. You are correct. When watching someone play Nioh, nice. I've never played it. I'm so torn between watching you play this and playing it myself. I feel that it's a lot of fun. So if you're looking to play this, I mean, highly recommend. It took me a bit to get to hold of this, but let's see. We'll connect sum of money and jewelry box.
What a revelation!
Okay. The obvious items of value have not been taken. Why would the killer not take a reward? So now that we connected those 2, this one appears, which is more of like a concrete idea. I wish they explained what all the symbols meant, but I think whenever it's like a light bulb, it means sort of like, this is the main idea from this, which is that valuables were not taken. That gave us an additional link that we can now connect. Are these by chance connected?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Most of these are lucky guesses. If someone had gone to the lengths of scaling the wall, they surely would have taken some valuables, right? This was not a simple burglary. So they left the window open. If someone had gone... Yeah. So not a simple burglary. Now we have one more link. Such an endorsement. I'll just mute you when you find the culprit. Sure. No, there are plenty of times where I'm like, man, I really want to play this game. So I'll just like quietly lurk in someone's chat, I guess, or just like not look. So I get that. I totally get to, I get not wanting to spoil yourself. Because, I don't like spoilers usually. So, all right. One more clue. And you see, this is, sometimes I'm like, what else am I supposed to connect here? Falling snow, unrepaired dent and plaster, burnt carpet. These 2 are aligned. Are they connected?
I must take a different approach if I am...
That's fair. Okay. I don't think the ice cubes are connected to anything yet, unless it's about, like, his bruise. Is that what this is? No.
This will not get me any closer.
Like, maybe he had the cubes there to, like, reduce the swelling. A damp carpet. I figured that was blood, right? What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? Oh, so it's just wet. I thought that was... Oh, the ice bucket? Is that what it is?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Someone has knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Someone besides the major? Bucket was overturned. Someone has knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Oh, we have another link.
Magnifique.
There are signs that something occurred in the study between the major and our unknown fugitive. Okay, so our dent and plaster is a newer thing, I guess. Bloodborne meets ninjas. Love it. There are signs that something occurred in the study between than a fugitive. Evidence of a fight. All right. So we've completed this mind map thus far. As we uncover more clues, we'll get more links or conversations that might pop up. I can confirm that the window was not the intruder's point of entry. Careless of me not to check the door first upon arrival. The door shows no signs of forced entry or tampering. Could they just have knocked and been allowed to enter? Perhaps. I don't know. Did that... Okay, that gave us a new link. The door. Logical entry point.
I should not be surprised by my own
conversation
skills
has
of
been
deduction.
Evidence shows that a fight of sorts broke out sometime after the killer entered the room unobstructed. The door from the bedroom to the study was how the perpetrator entered the room, but what I still do not know is, were they invited in, or did they slip in unknown? So we've completed this mind map now that it has this little check mark. You talk to the butler, Archibald.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
Has anyone else entered this room this evening? Thank you for that hydrate, Austin. Appreciate. I've never seen anyone play Nio before, but it looks cool.
Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
Okay, Rihanna, we have not met, is the cook.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his face. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Van Den Bosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Madame continues to rule her home how she sees fit, and it is her prerogative.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Now that I know that the Major was not alone, it is time to search the study further in hopes of finding clues as to who was with him. A new mind map has been unlocked. The scene of the crime has been investigated, but it does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstances around the Major's cigar is one such avenue that requires further exploration. No links. Okay. So, okay, let's review.
Aha.
A scruffy-looking jacket is hanging upon the coat rack. The Major's scabbard is in the pocket. A reasonably full ashtray. I would have expected him to at least clean this out.
Oh.
A discarded towel folded and unused.
Huh.
No matches remain within this matchbox.
Huh.
A rather organized desk containing what looks like important documents. Oh, that's a blackmail letter. We already looked at that.
Oh.
A normal-looking poker stand. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. It's incredibly dirty. The logs are old and covered in dust. Okay. Nothing else. Okay, so we now have 4 links on that one. Deduce who may be responsible for the Major's death and obtain the murder weapon. The ashtray, fireplace, poker stand, ice bucket, Major's jacket, missing knife. The scabbard has one purpose, and that purpose is missing. A knife holster. It's empty. There should be at least a decorative knife, or what is the use for this? Interesting. Missing knife. Single stab wound.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would...
The Major's knife is missing, and his body lies with a stab wound. It could very well be the murder weapon. Okay, potential murder weapon. Letter opener, very tidy. An empty matchbox. And the burn mark, probably.
Is there something?
Half-smoked cigar and the burn mark, maybe.
What a revelation.
The Major was smoking recently, unsurprisingly, and dropped his cigar. What could have lit the cigar? Curious that the burn mark is on the carpet, but the half-smoked cigar is in the ashtray. Maybe a point to it being Cassandra. She doesn't like his smoke getting everywhere. Though I suppose maybe the person just doesn't want the whole place to burn down. Maybe they stabbed him, he fell, it burned the carpet, but they took the cigar and put it out. Because the cigar is not on the carpet, it's not on the ground. All right. What is well used? The ashtray.
Order and method. That
doesn't connect. The fact that the matchbox is empty. Killer's entry to the room was unobstructed. We have 2 more links. Ring of dust.
Another success.
I would have expected a Major to keep his belongings in a much tidier fashion. The room is not cleaned. Okay, we can talk to Archibald about that. We have 1 more link. Bucket overturned. Single stab wound. Bruised to face. The desk was very tidy. That doesn't seem like that's a connection. Oh, wait, here we go.
I must act on thought and...
That doesn't connect to anything, does it? I feel like the empty cigar seems important.
I cannot see
the empty matchbox seems important, but okay. Maybe we'll come back to that later. Letter opener doesn't go here, right?
Come, my little Grace.
Okay.
The pieces of the puzzle.
This crime scene has been tampered with. The killer clearly had enough time to cover their tracks. Oh, I see. So, also... Oh, we have a new thing. This point does not look sharp to tear paper, let alone puncture skin. So not the letter opener. Crime scene was compromised.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay. We have 1 more link.
I must take a different approach if I am...
No.
Magnifique.
There's currently no way to rule out the poker being the murder weapon. Interesting. If it's the fireplace poker, that would be very interesting because, well, I don't know if it's that interesting. Now that I say it. I was going to mention in the prologue case where we were helping Angelique with the missing bracelet, a fireplace poker was used to break the latches of a window. It'd be interesting to see that the poker come back as like another clue of something, especially when there are some things that are yet to be resolved really with that prologue case. I think it's interesting. All right, we have no more links. But the poker either was or could have been cleaned. Okay, so let's talk to Archibald.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
For a house that has such high standards, there's a noticeable lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone, besides me. He was very clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention, but he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate, with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us, even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Is he hiding something in the fireplace?
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Wish I could investigate this further. Like, he could be hiding something within the chimney, and that's why he doesn't, like, burn it. He doesn't light the fire because it would destroy whatever. Let's see. An unused fireplace, empty matches. Is that connection?
Things are beginning to become...
There are no items that could start a fire or light a cigar. No fire source.
The pieces of the puzzle are...
There remains no means to light his cigar. Someone must have lit it for him. Someone he trusted, but who? Someone lit Major's cigar. Killer entry to the room was unobstructed.
Another success.
Someone lit his cigar for him and attacked him when he least expected it. Who could have been so ruthless? The Major knew his killer.
Magnifique.
New conversation unlocked. They lit the Major's cigar and followed the brutal act of murder. Took the time to clean the scene. They were not in a hurry and could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? The murder weapon remains a mystery. The killer, whose identity is still to be uncovered, must still reside in this house. You know, I mean, Cassandra is wearing all red. If she had blood on her, it'd be kind of hard to tell. You know? But I don't know. Who else would light? We don't really know much about Ernesto or Hugo, Jackie or Margot. It's definitely probably not Zach then, because Zach and Gideon did not like the Major. Zach and Gideon did not like the Major. They do smoke though. JT, welcome in. Happy New Year's Eve. Yeah, things are going well. How are you? We got you, Karen. So Zach and Gideon do not like the Major. Neither would probably light his cigar for him then. My guess. Hugo, we don't really know any connections between him and the Major yet, I don't think. Inga, we really know nothing about her. Jackie hasn't mentioned the Major. We really don't know her connections, I don't think. Margot did not like the Major. Florette has been unseen. I think it's interesting that she is listed here when she's apparently not been seen for years. My grades came out for my courses this semester and I passed. Gotta say, it automatically boosted my day. Nice! That's awesome. Congratulations. We believe in you. Well, Felix is dead. Ernesto, we don't really know. Has worked with the Major. Did support the family or something. We've learned he's given them money. Elizabeth does know the Major, is connected to Florette. Would technically, like, probably be trusted. She's been around for a while. Her husband died. I don't know. But Cassandra. I just want it to be Cassandra. And Archibald, we really don't know much about him besides the fact that he is stressed and overworked. Okay, we need to talk to Archie. Come, my little gray cells, let us solve this mystery. Oh, okay. I was not expecting to have a murder case on my hands when I arrived, but this will merely be another test for the great Detective Poirot. Investigate Zemelda. Okay.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
I believe I've collected all the necessary information and evidence. I would like to inspect his adjoining bedroom.
As you wish.
Let's see. It is clear the reason for entering the Major's study was not to make haste with his valuables. What I must understand is if the intent for murder was there. The study has been manipulated following the Major's death, meaning they had time to return to the scene and attempt to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through the bedroom. Perhaps there is something they failed to clean up behind them that can make sense of all of this. I should review what clues the study yielded before I continue. If the killer still resides in the house, I must approach everyone with not only caution but suspicion. No connections yet. Another letter addressed to the Major. It appears he has someone looking out for his business concerns with the workers' strike. I will say, it is curious that Archibald... I wonder what Archibald meant. We said earlier, like, hey, by the way, like, I know there's a body here. If it's rough for you, you don't have to stand in this room and, like, linger while this dead body is here. I know it's kind of hard to look at. And he's like, no, it's fine, actually. I've actually seen a lot worse. I'm curious I wonder if he was like, maybe he's ex-military. Maybe he knows the Major. He's also sticking around while we investigate stuff. He could just be watching to see if we figure things. He's overworked. He's stressed. He's probably not being paid very much. Anyway. It appears he has someone looking out for his business concerns with the workers' strike. Felix, I understand there are a number of business concerns for you in the situation that has arisen within the factories, but I offer this piece of advice. Step back. Monsieur Becker's efforts with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they seek, nay, demand, the fair treatment they deserved for so long. The fuel for the fire has already been laid, and the match is ready to be struck. You do not want to be near those flames when they ignite. I know you were once a good, honorable man. I pray that is still true today. I must review the information I've gathered from each guest today. There may be something that will help reveal the identity of the letter's author. What do we have here? No connections. Okay, just this. Determine who in the house warrants cautious attention. Hugo? What's Hugo? Hugo Becker's. Okay. Hugo's positive work is mentioned. Warning about upcoming strikes. Could be the rocky working relationship.
Order and method. That
No.
is the... I should not be surprised by my...
The only other Union supporter I know that is passionate enough to write such a letter is Monsieur Gideon. Oh, it was written by Gideon. Okay. Interesting. I feel like a demanding letter, a demand regarding this worker strikes. They did not want the major involved any further. I see. Okay, I see the point of the letter now. Okay. So they were basically telling the major to step out of the way.
Aha.
Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species could take a lesson from.
Oh.
The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. It seems Madame Vandenbosch's heart is a trophy worth fighting for. Major Hagen, I hope you will excuse my bluntness and plain speaking, but there is a matter regarding Madame Vandenbosch that requires not only our attention, but a level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you have offered to not only Madame, but her family and household. I am also aware that you know of the assistance that I have given to Madame and the Viscount before her. We were friends and business partners, and I felt it my duty to continue to give aid and keep the Vandenbosch's name at the standing that it always has been. Having said that, it is not always as simple to keep business and personal matters separate, and this is how I find myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond that one does not experience often in their lifetime. No doubt you have felt similar, but what may be lust to one man is love to another. While I respect you for your efforts in the war and the generosity you have shown Madame, I must request you step back from what you consider to be your duties at the house, and allow for Madame to make her choice. The choice that I believe is obvious to all parties. I trust this correspondence remains for your eyes only, and a gentleman's agreement is enough to guarantee our arrangement. What? Why do people like her? Secret, welcome in. How are you? JPB on New Year's Eve. If you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1 to 3. Wha-bam. Hope your day is going well. Hope you're ready for a new year. It is a rather bold move to challenge the major as they have, especially with his position at the house. It is quite unique. It is a very... I'm more curious about the letter is, why do people like Madame Cassandra? She's literally the worst. This could be the weapon that brought down some of the impressive animals that now fill the walls. So we got a gun. Oh. There has been a moida. So we're trying to solve this moida. I'm not sure how I would fare coming face to face with such beasts. A rather threatening letter has been penned, addressing to Major F. Hagen. Dear Major F. Hagen, I did not think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances, I see no other option. Madame Vandenbosch and I have been friends for more years than I care to say. That is why I can no longer sit back and allow your bullying to continue. I am well aware of the companionship you have offered to my good friend over the years. It has been most generous, and without it, I care not to think what would have happened to her. But that does not give you the opportunity to act in such a foul and boorish manner. The day the Viscount passed, I promised that I would protect both Cassandra and Angeline, and it is a promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Forces, but your actions have mirrored that of a drunken fool who holds no place in our society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with a response. There is not a question that requires an answer, only a hope that you see your errors and adjust them accordingly. Yeesh! Okay, wait. Hagen. That is... Oh, Felix Hagen is... Okay, so this is a letter to Felix. I see. And he's calling the Major out for being a drunken fool. Interesting. The author speaks of bullying, and although no specifics are noted, any form of that treatment towards a woman is not acceptable. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of this globe. Okay, hold on.
What a revelation.
Margot was quick to speak of her protection over Cassandra. She must take this role very seriously. So this threatening letter was written by... Oh, interesting. So one letter was written by Gideon. One letter was written by Margot. And in that letter, she mentions that Cassandra was bullied by the Major. And then, which one was this? I'm fully aware of the help that you have offered the household. We were friends and business partners, and I felt in my... Okay, so this is probably... Ernesto?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
If there is something between Ernesto and Madame Vandenbosch, Archibald will surely know of it. So, again, this is it's so weird to me that everyone is very protective over Cassandra, who is literally the worst person. And we have the Major, who I'm pretty sure was in love with Cassandra, and then Ernesto is like, no, she's mine. It feels very weird. Because, again, she is literally the worst. Okay, we need to talk to Archibald about that. I don't get why everyone's up in arms about Cassandra. She's literally the worst. She is abrupt and snobbish. Okay, Archibald, tell me what's going on.
Certainly. What do you need?
What do you know of the Major's relationships with the guests?
The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity, but I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
You're telling me?
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Vandenbosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest.
How willing were you to protect that, Archibald? Do you know how much of the Major's time? Do you know much of the Major's time in the army?
There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never stopped.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt,
Archibald,
more like a bag.
You rascal. We did. I mean, and so Archibald's dad was in the military. Archibald hasn't said that he wasn't. Still curious about what he meant by he's seen worse things. Then someone murdered in what is essentially his home, or at least place of employment. I'm a little curious. All right. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva, the Major, and Madame Vandenbosch?
You've lost me, detective.
They all
I
love
struggle to believe
Cassandra
they were
for
both helping her out of the kindness of their hearts. Could they have been fighting for the Madame's affection?
Ah, that didn't take you long to spot.
Monsieur Sterling's lack of a real response gives me all the answer I require.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. In a green suit. You know who else wears green suits? The Joker. Wait, doesn't he? Or is it purple? That's neither here nor there. Point still stands. Jonzo! What? 5 subs? Jonzo! What is this? Thank you so much, Jonzo. What are you doing? Thank you so much. A gifty new year. Happy New Year, Jonzo. That, of course, deserves a fist bump. Jonzo, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. If you're gifted a sub, make sure to say thank you. And go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3, everybody. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. So Endiness 24, Otaku Bookworm, Clammy Games, Lanier, and Misa Dean. Congratulations on all getting subs. And Jonzo, thank you again for gifting a sub. That's amazing. I think you're thinking of the Riddler. I think you might be right. Archibald the Riddler, same person. Hope your new year is better than ever. Same to you, my friend. Same to you. Do you have any fun things planned for this year? Anything you're doing tonight? Love a fist bump. Fist bumps are awesome, I think. There we go. Jonzo, thank you again. That's just so kind. So kind. Going to Meow Wolf tonight. Is that a band that I don't know who they are? If so, but that sounds fantastic. Regardless. Let's see. What? Also, congrats. What is Meow Wolf? Am I missing out? Is this a thing I should know? Oh, wait. What is it? What is Meow Wolf? What do you call it? A place? It's a place? Wait. An experience? I guess so. That's what it says. Meow Wolf, immersive art experiences. I have never heard of this. It's a chain? It sounds like a band, doesn't it, though? It's an art museum installation thing. Never heard of this. I suppose, though, we don't get a lot of stuff here in Alaska because we're so far away, so that would make sense. But I'm looking at their website, and that looks dope. That looks super cool. That's awesome. Please enjoy that. Oh, that looks dope. But I'm calling the band name Meow Wolf now. Meow Wolf will be my... I don't know what genre Meow Wolf would be. But I'm considering it. Anyway, that sounds super cool. And please enjoy it. Electronic jazz. I love that. You like jazz? It could be an electronic jazz vaporwave band. I don't know how that would work, but we could try. But we could certainly try it, though. That could be, it's our thing. That sounds awesome. Please enjoy that. And again, Jonzo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's amazing. I really appreciate it. Okay. Something that connects... Cassandra had multiple admirers. Is this it?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Now I know of Ernesto's feelings towards Cassandra. He must be the one behind the letter.
What a revelation.
Ooh. It seems the guests were not fond of the Major. That's not really a revelation. He literally got punched by someone not an hour ago. Love Vaporwave. We know this. Of course you would, Hercule. Multiple guests threatened the Major. Killer may still be in the building.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I did not. It didn't get in today's secret. Sagely. It's highly possible one of the guests is behind the murder. This warrants immediate investigation. I know. Based on the evidence seen in the Major's study and bedroom, as well as what I have learnt from speaking with the guests, Monsieur de Silva, Comtesse de Vos, and Monsieur Demire warrant concern and further investigation. Okay, so De Silva, Ernesto, was in love with Cassandra. Margot has been Cassandra's friend forever and is very protective of her. And did not like the Major, also. Probably, we don't know what her thoughts on Ernesto is. And then Gideon, who's the fiancé, also wrote a letter to the Major telling him to back off from, like, confrontations with the Union. So there's a lot. There's a lot there. I'm just lurking and watching TV. Nice. What are you watching? Will always mind. Secret. I'm disappointed in the U.S. Postal Service. I hear that. Hawkeye loved it. Loved it. Okay, objective complete. Also, I'm noticing some rendering lag, and I don't know what, if anything, is causing it. So if you guys see, if you end up seeing me start to lag or something, please let me know. If, like, my audio starts getting wonky again. Okay. We're still investigating the murder. We don't have much on the blackmail right now. Nothing new. Good. Thank you.
Certainly. What do you need?
There's nothing further for me to investigate in here. Would you kindly gather the guests for me?
As you wish.
I want to see Hercule break this down. It seems there's no simple explanation for what happened here. The Major's popularity amongst the guests does not seem very high. There are still many questions that must be asked. Chapter 4. Okay, the chapters are going by pretty fast now. I think there's like 7. Curious. Dun dun dun. I hope there's like a cutscene or something where Hercule is like, so one of you guys did this. Who did this?
The guests are waiting for you, Detective. I informed them of what has happened, but divulged no details.
There goes my opportunity to catch one of them off guard. No matter, I have more than one weapon in my armory.
I am most grateful.
The parlor room
Madame
scene.
Vandenbosch is here also.
2 days in a row.
She's in her room with Miss Angeline. It may be better to speak with them privately tomorrow.
Okay.
Oui, merci. I shall come find you again once my questioning is complete.
The guests' alibis are my priority. Once I can confirm their whereabouts this evening, I can understand who had an opportunity. Okay, so it looks like we're just going to question them. I thought we were going to be like, one of you did this. I have my lead suspects from the evidence at the scene of the crime. Perhaps those will change after speaking with them all. Okay. Why does she have a thing? Okay. The demanding letter has been added to the investigation, and guests may be involved. Yeah, I think they have. I think so. I think you're right. All right, let's start. Who do we start off with? I guess let's just go left to right. Starting with Zach.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
So the Major was murdered?
It appears so.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
Besides speaking with me, tell me about your movements before dinner.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to him.
Comtesse de Vos? And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Okay. I don't think Zach did it.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
We don't really know much about Beckers. I forget what his first name is. Hugo?
Monsieur Poirot.
Yeah.
Or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect. Merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot.
Can you tell me where you were prior to dinner?
I took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Where you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself? Yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants brought me a drink and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Monsieur.
We get it,
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you and the servant.
Strange that he does not seem to recall seeing De Silva in the library. Oh, that's true.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation. Monsieur De Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
A man's death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke? I am saying what I see.
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Where were you prior to dinner?
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat.
Hercule
It
got
was clear
jokes.
they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
I liked his little spin on, well then can you tell me
Merci.
what you
for
see
your
here?
cooperation.
Alright.
Monsieur Demir, I am sorry your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
I'm sorry your celebrations have taken a dark turn, yeah.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
Besides your time in the hall, where were you before you were summoned to the dining room?
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
I don't remember him being here. I mean, his brother says that he was here. I don't think we ever talked to him in this room. We only talked to him out in the hallway.
Did they inquire into the reasons behind the fight in the hall?
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Countess does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further. Countess, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such formal circumstances.
What does Comtesse mean? What is that? He keeps saying that. Comtesse. Is that like Countess? It is. Okay. Yeah. It is a countess, the wife or widow of an earl or count. Okay. Just curious.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
I mean, okay, he's dead, Marco. Calm down.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my priorities, Countess.
Well, it's at the top of mine, detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Yeesh.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions and you can get back to celebrating.
It would be my pleasure, chérie.
Did you remain here in the salon until dinner was served?
I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Did he say where he was going?
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Another to notice Monsieur Demir's drinking, and yet no one seemed concerned.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
All right. Jackie.
Mademoiselle Conrad, I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
Tell me about your evening, since your arrival.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
Mademoiselle Conrad still remains tight-lipped about her discussion with Monsieur Beckers, but a hint at reading about it in the newspaper makes me believe it may be of a much grander nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far.
So far, everybody who has said where they were have pretty much said that they did not move. Everyone has confirmed everybody for the most part. Like, she was in the library, saw the punch. She confirmed Ernesto being there in the library, reading a book, which corroborates his story, sort of, or at least to a point. And the Countess does confirm that the brother was there, but now says that the other brother, Zach, left the room at some point. Don't know about that. We probably need to ask him about that. But let's see where we're at. We have 6 links to connect. All right.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Jackie and Hugo confirm each other's appearance in the library. Ernesto was lurking in the library.
I should not be surprised.
He's a big lurker. They confirmed each other's appearance. Gideon saw Margot and Zachariah.
Another success. This will not get me any closer. Is there something I...
This isn't...
I must act on thought.
Okay. Zach went missing.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of...
They confirm each other's appearance in the salon. Okay. Gideon and Zach confirm each other's alibis. Margot and Gideon confirm each other's alibis. 2 more.
Come, my little...
Angeline is still upset about the altercation.
Come, my little Grace. Is there something... Magnifique.
Hugo failed to mention seeing Ernesto in the library. Hugo doesn't mention Ernesto. Talk to Hugo. And...
I must act on... I should not be
Margot claims Zach stepped out of the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was his missing time accounted for? All right. We have 2 conversations. We need to talk to Zach and Hugo.
More questions.
Oh, wait. That's not Hugo. My bad. Sorry, bud.
Whatever you require, detective.
Your story of tonight's events.
I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
Monsieur Demire invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Beckers is courageous and full of vigor in his planning, but his execution does not share such confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Let's go talk to Zach. Zach, what were you doing?
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Your version of events.
I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once.
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
Suspicious, buddy.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon.
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Talk to Archibald. Hey, Archie.
Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demire in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major.
Zachariah. Okay, that makes more
Shouted
sense.
a rather ignorable greeting to me and asked for directions to the bathroom.
I presume you showed him the way?
Aye, detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. I didn't think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
Okay. Zachariah's absence covered by Archibald.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Things are beginning to be...
Archibald confirmed Zachariah's movement out of the salon, however brief.
Another success.
Gideon, Zachariah, and Margot were all in the salon at least for some time all together. Surely someone else is to blame. Okay.
Order and method. That is the way.
No one is not confirmed. Well, of these. Zachariah claims Archibald can cover his absence. Okay, we did that. Disdain for Margot. Gideon, Zachariah, and Margot alibis, all confirming each other.
I must take a different I cannot see the logic. The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Hugo and Ernesto now confirm each other's appearance in the library.
What a revelation.
Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie support each other's versions of the events. Someone else must be responsible, surely. Even with some minute differences in stories, the guests all confirm each other's alibis. It is not the outcome I was expecting or perhaps hoping for. A new mind map has been unlocked. Continue your interrogations and determine likely motives. That did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach, considering the potential motives, will reveal more. Hello again.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Did you speak with the Major this evening?
Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him. Except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Van den Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same. When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly.
There's certainly some hostility towards his brother. This runs much deeper than brotherly rivalry.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
But I don't know if that gives him motive for killing somebody.
Whatever you require, detective.
How do you know the victim?
I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
It's the truth. If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead.
What do you know?
Gideon invited me. If you will recall from our previous conversation, we have been working together and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down, if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the workers' strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us.
You seem to hold a certain level of, shall we say, anger towards the Major.
Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence.
I barely mentioned the Major and Monsieur Beckers became rather flustered and defensive. So are there plans for negotiation with Monsieur de Silva?
I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is a lesser man than I already thought.
And where does Monsieur Gédéon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gideon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them.
When was the last time you saw the Major?
Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Oh, I'm gonna go to. I'm like kind of scratching my beard. I'm like trying to think through this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up this investigation. I will be RB. So if you need a break, need to go to the bathroom, need to get some water or something, now is the perfect time to do so. So I will be right back. See you in a segundo. Hello, hello! Welcome back. We are ready to continue. Hello. Adrian, welcome in. How are you doing? Happy New Year! You are far in the future from us, so we are still back here, at least for me. So we are still back in 2021. Alright, let's continue with the questioning.
More questions? I suppose so.
Can you tell me more about your relationship with the deceased?
Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met him through Cassandra. I thought him to be rather pompous.
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course.
The negative opinion of the Major is rather ubiquitous. I am yet to meet someone with a particularly positive view of him. Why don't you tell me more about your relationship with Madame von den Bosch? Yeah, why didn't we ask about this earlier?
What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman, and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
Uh-huh, yeah, you're in love.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves.
Dang. You said you had talked with the Major a few times. About what exactly?
He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture.
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Security related.
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property.
Both you and the Major have been very supportive of Madame van den Bosch over the years, n'est-ce pas? I don't know how to say that.
That is correct.
N'est-ce pas? I don't know.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
Uh-huh, wink wink.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
Mm-hmm.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
I may need to approach this in a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with the Comtesse on this.
Merci for your cooperation.
By the way, this carpet doesn't look so bad when it's in this view, but I feel like when it's a little bit more close up, it looks like some kind of sci-fi Final Fantasy flooring.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
I feel like you would see it in a Final Fantasy X temple dungeon thing. With the joining of your two families and the Major being around so much, I assume you knew him well?
I knew of him more than actually.
Otaku! I love this. What the heck? What, you were getting a sub earlier today.
Quite clear.
Also, this is Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot's The First Cases. It's very good. I'm enjoying it. This is a sequel, sort of prequel, I guess. We played the ABC Murders about a month and a half ago, and that was good. Then we played this one. The mechanics between the two games are very different, but it's still really fun. It's interesting. I love Agatha, and this looks really good. It is. It took me a second to get used to a certain bit, which is there's like a mind map where you have to find connecting ideas and actually literally connect them. And at first I was like, I legitimately have no idea what you want me to connect most of the time. But now I think now that we've played through a couple of chapters, I'm like, okay, I see what you're going for. I now kind of know what they're looking for, I guess. But I will say the art style looks really good. In the first game, so in this one, one thing that's new are these portraits, like the character portraits. When they're talking, that's completely new. In the first game, in the ABC Murders, the camera would go into close-ups of the characters, and it would show them like their face actually reacting to stuff. So you could actually kind of guess, like, you could kind of infer kind of how they're acting, like based with what they're saying. Like you kind of infer different things. Plus, it would also show up like if they said something sneaky, or like it'd be like they're hiding something, or they said this with jealousy or whatever. So that was kind of cool. They got rid of that for some reason for this. Maybe it's just hard to do that. I don't know. But I will say I'm enjoying this game. It's fun. It's very, very fun. I'd recommend it. If you like Agatha, then you would love this. I put this on my wish list right now, and I am buying the ABC Margins because it's $2 right now. Perfect. It's great. I highly recommend it. Adrian, welcome in. Happy New Year. You are in the future. It's still only 5:53 p.m. here. So we still got a little bit of 2021 left. Let's see. I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive.
Cracks knuckles. I spoke with your brother earlier. He was certainly enjoying himself.
What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
I don't know about that. I do not know how he could not have noticed the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. How is your relationship with your
We
brother?
aren't the closest, but what brothers are?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much more to say.
There is clearly more to uncover here. I shall return to the matter when I have the fuel that is required to get the answers.
I have lent my voice to some discussions. I have tried to facilitate meetings. Just positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
I have been funding the strikes, Detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day. The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appears Monsieur's letter was at least written with noble intentions, but he is still hesitant to talk more on the Major's association. How did it go with Cassandra and Florette? So,
if you would be so kind as to
I will
stay
update
here,
you.
I may require your help further.
So things are actually kind of still going, interestingly enough. Where we left off, I don't know what was the last thing you saw, Adrian, but it turned out, and Otaku, I know if you're wanting to play the game, you may want to close your ears or lurk, and I totally get that. So I'll catch Adrian. I'll catch you up just real quick. In the prologue, the first case, it turned out that let's look over here. Angeline, who was the one who said that the bracelet got stolen. It was not stolen. She hid it because her mother, Cassandra, was desperate for money, was selling a lot of their possessions. Angeline was afraid that Cassandra was going to sell the bracelet that her father gave her. Florette, we were able to prove could not have stolen it. However, Cassandra enlisted the help of the Major, who showed up, and they basically got Florette to be arrested. Still, regardless. She was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe that my daughter would do that. This doesn't make any sense. It's Fleurette. I've told you it's Fleurette. So Fleurette still ended up getting arrested. I think she was let go. However, nobody from the family, the Vanden Bosch family, were able to... They never heard from her again. Angeline felt really bad and tried to make amends, but could not find her, could not get a hold of her. And so, I must know where you got that jetpack. Also, where is your jetpack? I wish I had one. I need to 3D print one. That would be the best part, if I could do that. I'd wear it every stream. That was the first case. I actually do have a 3D printer. I need to find... I have actually looked for, like, a good... file that would be like large enough, but anyway. Maybe one of these days. So, Adrian, many years passed from that first case, and we get a letter from Angeline, and she's like, hey, just wanted to say, one, that you changed, basically changed my life after that case. I realized that I was in the wrong for, faking this theft. I regret what happened to Fleurette. And I've changed for the better. I wish I was writing you in better circumstances, but I'm actually getting engaged. And I'm also being blackmailed. And I think we're throwing this, party. I believe that the person who's blackmailing me is going to be one of the guests, but I'm not sure who it is. Can you basically come help me figure out who this is? Do you have one of the older simple types, or do you have a resin? I have a resin, and I have a Anycubic Mega X, which is a PLA printer. So I can do both. Was Angeline the killer in the first case? There was no murder in the first case. There was just there was a theft of a bracelet or necklace. I think it was a bracelet. But anyway, so this case still involves that family. Cassandra is still around. She's just as abrupt and snobbish as ever. That was the mom. Angeline is better. She's getting engaged. The deal is though, this case, we were here to investigate the blackmail. However, during the dinner, Major Felix Hagen was murdered. And so now we are on a murder case, and that's why we have all of the guests lined up in a room, or most of them. We're now, interviewing all of them, trying to pick out some pieces. Oh, right, yeah. There's not always a murder. It's not a real case unless there's Mida. That's a good point. So anyway, we're trying to figure it out. It looks like currently the main connections between things are that... Well, one, nobody liked the Major, so that's everyone is kind of a suspect in that regard, but everyone has different reasons. Interestingly, I will say, Fleurette is listed as a part of this case, but she's not around. I'm very curious why she's still... Because her whereabouts are unknown, and I don't know where she is. Part of me is expecting her to show up and just be like, I don't know. She has an eye patch. She has a giant scar on her face. She's in a pirate uniform for some reason. And she's I don't know. After her being fired those many years back, has emerged. She's trying to blackmail everyone. Has dug up dirt on every member of the family and everyone that they love. And she is wanting to... I don't know. That is just my guess. So I don't know. It's interesting. There's a lot of ties around here. So she likely it's uncertain. The blackmailer has said that they have a major secret that could destroy the Van den Bosch family. Angeline does not know what it is, but paid the blackmail out of fear. Cassandra when being informed of the blackmail, told Angeline not to pay it. Angeline, and doesn't believe it's real. There were multiple letters, but only knows of the first letter, and was like, this is a fake, it's a scam, just don't pay it. Gideon, who is the fiance of Angeline, was told of the blackmail, and he paid it. Angeline did not have the money to do so he paid it. And then the only other person that knows is Elizabeth, who is their housemaid from even that first case from years ago, has stuck with their family. Elizabeth, interestingly, I mean, I'm kind of curious if she has any major connection with this, because for one, she also looked for Fleurette and couldn't find her. And was friends with Fleurette. In the old case, we learned that she was going to elope and marry. Her husband died. And so she is a little less like cheerful as she used to be. I don't know what her why she would necessarily firing an assistant, a housemaid, for theft, even if it was faked. It's not really much of a blackmail, right? That's not going to destroy their family. So I don't think it's that case specifically. So I feel like there's some information that we're missing. A lot of these guests also knew Cassandra's dead husband. And so, maybe it has something to do with him. Maybe the father was involved in some shady business. That could be a possibility. There's still a lot that we don't really know. There are some connections between union workers. The Major was not a fan of unions, but there are a few people here who are all very pro-union. Gideon and Zach are foreigners, and were also a part of the military. The Major, also being a part of the military, fought on opposite sides of the war. Zach also used to be a combat medic, and has mentioned experiencing really bad things, and he hasn't really gone into that. Gideon and Zach, who are brothers, also are not very close. So, curious that connection. We don't know much about Hugo, except for he is a union leader, very pro-union. Wanted to talk to Jackie, who's an American newspaper owner, writer, magnate. Then there's Margot, who has known the Van den Bosch family for a very long time. And has been supporting them, and is best friends with Cassandra, and is very protective, which possibly gives her motive, because apparently the Major had started yelling at Cassandra a lot and bullying her, and maybe Margot was nah, you don't bully my friend, I'm gonna kill you. Maybe that was the case. And then there's Archibald, who's the butler. And maybe the butler did it this time. But who knows? We don't really know much about him besides the fact that he's stressed and overworked. He has briefly mentioned that his father was in the war, or was a military guy. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some connection there. We don't really know. I don't know. Interestingly enough, when the Major's body was found, and we told Archibald that he could be excused if he didn't want to be around a dead body, and his response was that he has seen a lot worse. And so I don't know what that means, because I can't imagine that much worse. So I don't know. What does this have to do with Freya? Freya. Wait, there's a joke somewhere. There's a joke somewhere. I don't know. I don't get it. Oh, wait. Freya Fellow. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't know yet. We're still trying to figure out what the bird lady's going to do. Yeah. It took me a second. I like that. All right. Well, okay, no. We don't have any links. Okay. Just lots of updates on who to talk to. Okay. Let's just continue our path.
I am all yours, detective.
Did you ever speak to the Major about how he treated Madame Vandenbosch?
Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
I will also say, one thing I forgot, is there are 3 connections to the Major that I didn't speak about. 3 people wrote the Major letters recently, and they were all somewhat threatening. Margot sent him a letter basically saying, hey, like, you are a terrible man. Stop treating Cassandra like this. Gideon, the fiance, sent a letter to the Major to say that he needs to back off from being, like, opposed to the Union. Gideon says that there wasn't anything harmful in his letter. It was just like a forcefully worded letter. It wasn't like a threat or anything. And then there was one other, what is his name? Ernesto da Silva sent a letter to the Major, and we learned that Ernesto is basically in love with Cassandra and has been for a long time, and is essentially like, I am a much better man than you. He's basically, they're kind of, it seems like Major and Ernesto sort of are both interested in Cassandra. Cassandra is also literally the worst. So I don't get that bit. There has to be something there. Okay, why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath, Countess.
Wise thinking, detective.
I'm sure you have noticed Madame Vandenbosch's absence.
I imagine she will have shed a tear for him, but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
I do not know who has the sharper tongue, Madame Vandenbosch or the Comtesse. It is certainly a close race for first place. Margot is secretly very, always with the Midas. Margot is interestingly brash. She is very wealthy, started a charity for abused women, but is also very she seems real nice and very like she's done good things and uses her money well. But when we talk to her sometimes, she's very, it kind of makes sense why her and Cassandra are friends because they're both just a little brash, though. I don't know. I think the Comtesse is a little bit nicer. Maybe she finally snapped and she killed the Major. What of Madame Vandenbosch and Monsieur de Silva's relationship?
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
As I have said, detective, I am not one to gossip.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Because it is not gossip when it's the truth.
There you go, you see? I'm not sure that is exactly correct, but the Comtesse has made a bold attempt to justify her wagging tongue.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for.
You've explained that the Major was trying to remain close to the family, but not why.
He was a disgusting leech that was driven only by money and power, like most men.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
Wink!
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
Embrace the compliment, Detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
Oh, part of me a little bit ago was like, how funny it would be if somehow we killed him. It didn't show it, but we actually killed the Major for messing with our investigation that many years ago.
And that is what the Major was doing? Using Madame Van den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
The Comtesse has certainly opened my eyes to the Major's true ambitions with the Van den Bosch family. I wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger for social recognition. If I was one of the guests here, I would be accusing Poirot potentially of being involved. We don't know much about him, though, so it's kind of random. But if I could figure out that we have a history with the Major, that the Major had been like previous. I mean, I guess he was just kind of rude to us, and it wasn't like a big case. But still, I would be like, you're not fully impartial. We need to call somebody else in here.
Comtesse.
You could have done it.
If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
I wonder if that'll come up. I wonder if somebody will ever be like, you're not exactly impartial here.
You came to the right place. What do you need?
What did you know of the victim?
I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Mademoiselle Conrad is wise to the nature of this question. She knows exactly what and what not to say. This nut may be harder to crack than first expected. As you were previously speaking with him, I assume you know Monsieur Beckers as well, then?
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
Man suppressing his anger and a murdered body, the most amateur detective could see a connection. You seem to know a great deal about everyone. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva and Madame Van den Bosch?
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
What are your thoughts on the Comtesse? I'd appreciate your opinion on her.
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her. She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
See? Scrollog, hey, Happy New Year. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. You have a great one.
And what side
We'll
is
see
that?
you next year.
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
I can only see the work at a women's shelter as positive, even if the reason to start came from a selfish place. The work they do cannot be scoffed at.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not
Is she
go
like
too
carrying
far.
a knife or something? Or just a sword? Hold on. Okay, we have 2 connections that we can make here. We've added a lot. Okay, Gideon wrote the letter. Major didn't approve of the marriage. Gideon and Zach's quarrel. Gideon hesitant to mention past with the Major. We're going to talk about Zach about that. Gideon denies his brother's drinking. Gideon is starting to start negotiations with the Union. Is that
I
connection?
cannot see the logic in this.
Hugo has dirt on the Major. Hugo claims to have calmed down. Hugo's frustration.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Hugo claims to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputed this. Hugo lied about his temper. Ernesto and Cassandra's friendship. Is this?
Magnifique.
Okay. Perhaps Ernesto had hidden his secret love well. We can use this to our advantage. Okay, so those were the connections. Now we need to talk to Ernesto. For 7 years! I love that. Gideon Graves. Good reference. Good reference. G-Man? Gideon is G-Man? Okay, hold on. Ernesto, Margot, and Zach. Let's talk to Zach first.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
You're really not. Your relationship with your brother seems everyone has an opinion.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
No one asks how Zachariah is.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now?
Okay, so Gideon is not a military vet, just Zach. Okay. Monsieur has again mentioned his time in the war. While I do not mean to belittle his efforts for his country, it seems as though he has not been able to leave that life behind on the battlefield. What do you know of your brother's work with the Union?
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well,
Oui, monsieur?
it'd be best to just ask him.
Monsieur either does not know much of what his brother does, or he is protecting him rather coyly.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Okay, interesting.
More questions, I suppose.
Apologies for the insistent questions on the subject, but you and Madame Vandenbosch.
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame Vandenbosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her.
I'm merely asking the question. There's no reason to panic. It would greatly help me if you would answer honestly.
There may be some feelings there, but Madame Vandenbosch does not know of them, and I trust that it will remain that way.
Merci for your cooperation.
Okay. Yep. Very cooperative.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
I'd like to talk more about your brother.
I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
The murderer is in this house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement. Monsieur Demire, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, we could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. This evening has not panned out that way.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may
Okay. Alright, Margot.
I am all yours, detective.
Push. Ooh. This has a red symbol on it. Push on the Major's aggression towards Cassandra.
Countess, you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close. But there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
N'est-ce pas? We're gonna have to break our defenses.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
I have already built a rapport with the Comtesse, some may even say in a flirtatious manner. Perhaps, if I continue to charm her, she will reveal the information I require. Okay, so flattering or humble, it is obviously I who am mistaken. A fine woman of your stature would not purposefully lead a young man astray. If I have been mistaken, would you be so kind as to correct me in my train of thought? We'll keep the flirtatiousness.
Ever the charmer, Detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
The Comtesse has something more to say, but she still holds back. Something tells me it is more to do with receiving attention. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. Cautionary. How could Madame Van den Bosch feel if she heard the contents of our conversation from me? Oh. Coercive. You obviously care a great deal about Madame Van den Bosch. Assisting me will help clear her of any wrongdoing. That is what you want for her, isn't it? That seems like a better way, because she's very protective. Trying to be like, well, I could tell Madame Van den Bosch what you've already told me. That seems bad.
It is not often I am swayed so easily. I applaud you on your willingness and persistence. From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors.
True colors.
If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy that he is out of her life.
Dang! She hates the Major. Wow, okay.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted it. I never thought I would see the day. Perhaps now she will be able to see the man he truly was. Karma will always catch up to you.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
And is your name Karma? And did you kill him? Because you hate that guy. Alright, let's make these connections. We have 2.
Things are beginning to become...
The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together. Yeah, they don't. Unlikely to cooperate. Zack is defensive of Gideon. The Major is abusive, confirmed. Where else do we have? It's not like this randomly, right? No.
Is there something...
Ernesto cares for Cassandra. There's no other connections out from here? Cassandra... Okay, we know that. We connected that before. Major involved in the workers' strikes.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think
We already tried to connect those two, and that didn't work.
I must act on thought and...
Oh, okay. Not what I was thinking at all.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Ernesto denies Cassandra is more than a friend.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
What? He claims not... Oh, okay. That was something else. He claims not to be close to his brother, but still seeks to withhold information about him. I had my own opinion of the Major, one that is wiser kept to myself, but I did not expect so many like-minded thinkers. I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, he is not fully impartial. Also, yeah, it seemed like there was a weird bug or something. Okay. Alright, everybody.
My time with the guests is complete. For tonight, at least.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
I came here expecting to solve a case of blackmail, to relieve a family of a burden that has weighed upon them and overshadowed a joyous celebration. Not today. Moida needs to be solved. I have never been to an engagement celebration where a death has taken center stage before. Although the guest alibis confirm each other's, I still cannot rule out the possibility of one of them being involved in the Major's death. The relationships between some of the guests and the Major were more than rocky. Dislike towards him was plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder? This is now the perfect opportunity to think about everything I've heard today. Reach a conclusion based on what you have learnt so far. I have all the information I need. I must now compile it together and find the most probable culprit. Okay. Gideon, Zach, Margot. Alibis confirm each other. Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie. Who's not listed on there? Oh, no. That's each of them. Okay, never mind. There's just an extra one because the salon is a thing. 5 connections. Hugo lied about his temper. Hugo invited by Gideon. Hugo has dirt on the Major.
Order and method. That is the...
Gideon wrote the letter. He wrote one of the letters.
I must take a different approach if I...
Well, we're starting off real strong. Oh, let's see this.
I should not be surprised.
All the guests have at least one other guest to confirm their alibis. All alibis confirmed. Alright. Is this a connection? Blinded by both love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition. Okay, that's his motive.
This will not get me.
Okay.
What a revelation.
I think that means I've made 100 connections. His history with the Major combined with threats to his well-being definitely show intent. Gideon's motive might be retribution. Do we do this?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say...
When I first overheard their conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen. Jackie pushing for dirt on the Major. Okay, because Hugo has dirt on the Major. She wants information. what's one other connection? Maybe something with Margot? Jackie knows a lot about the guests. Jackie claims Margot is hiding something.
Things are big.
The letter she sent protecting Cassandra was threatening indeed, and Jackie seems unable to determine her secret. Alright, so we have all of the motives and all of the links, but we have Margot's motive being protection. Not a motive, but Jackie was pushing for dirt on the Major. Gideon's motive would be retribution. Ernesto's motive is jealousy. Those three, it's the three letter writers again. Interesting. Who could that be at this time?
Entrez.
Angeline!
I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
Do you have any suspicions as to who could have killed him?
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests. While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
I will say also, if I were one of the guests, I'd be really nervous that they're all staying in a place with a murderer. They don't know why, though. Probably everyone thinks it was for some purpose. It's not like a random murder because everyone hated the Major. So everyone's like, yeah, of course he died. I'm fine.
I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
Mm-hmm.
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
Mademoiselle Conrad. She was... Oh, okay. Interesting. Angelina's like, oh, don't worry. I know that she can be rough. I know that she can be a lot to handle. And then we're like, oh yeah, the Comtesse? Yeah, totally. No. I get that. And she's like, no, I mean Jackie. Mademoiselle Conrad? She was, in fact, the least suspicious until now.
I assume that's who you were talking about, detective, after what happened between them.
Between who?
That is a story I have yet to hear.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow, that was the only thing she did not mention.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care to repeat.
How is Madame feeling now?
Better, thank you, detective. She's resting in her room. It is the best place for her.
And you, mademoiselle?
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, detective. We had grown close. After father's passing, he was always there for me. And now, he's gone as well.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, detective.
I have no doubt, but you can be assured the culprit will not remain at large for long. You have my word.
If you were in my position, mademoiselle, who would be at the top of your suspect list?
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, Detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true. But those invited know each other, some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends. I should return to my room now, Detective. It has been a trying day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, Detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Bon nuit! Mademoiselle has left me with an interesting thought, one I had not considered until now. While at first glance the guests do not appear to show much fondness for each other, Mademoiselle is quite sure that is not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together and not individually. Interesting. One connection. Jackie bumped heads with the Major. Is that why she's looking for dirt on him?
Another success.
I doubted Jackie's involvement with the murder, but now I am dubious of her innocence.
Some would say a lucky guess.
I now have all the motives from the guests. Who is under suspicion? Jackie seems suspicious. What am I gonna... All alibis confirmed. All motives confirmed. There we go.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of...
I do not know who I can trust, or whose stories I can believe. Are the guests innocent? I mean, we have not talked to any of the... All guests are suspicious. We have not talked to any of the staff.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I now doubt how trustworthy their stories may be. They may be covering for each other. Interesting. Multiple guests may be responsible. There is no physical way one of the guests could have killed the Major and returned to the party. Unless that is where I'm mistaken. It is not one guilty party I should be looking for, but rather multiple. We're getting to... Maybe Agatha is doing the same thing again. Yeah, the map is looking much bigger. This is... and there are multiple maps, too. So, okay. How could I have not considered that the Major's death was part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one of the guests? It came almost as an epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline's remarks about the guests' shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle will become the trusted ally that I now sense may be essential to catching the guilty parties. Tonight's questioning was only the beginning. I will allow my suspects to sleep on their stories, and we will see how they fare tomorrow. Perhaps one of these involved will have morals enough to show a glimmer of regret. Considering they may be working together, I cannot be sure who has told the truth and who has attempted to sell me down the fleuve. I don't know what that means. So it's the true ending. They all did it. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's sleep will surely bring a new dawn of thinking. And what a better setting to do so in than the peaceful falling blanket of snow that surrounds us all. We jokingly said blackmail on the Orient Express. And it seems like that's actually the case, is that it's starting with blackmail, but then it's maybe they all did it, I think. Although it seems not everyone has the same idea. Oh. There's someone outside. That is spooky and curious. Chapter 5, and this is where we will stop for today. But interesting, there's someone outside. I wonder if we're going out there to investigate. Chapter 5, I think there's 7 or 8 chapters, I believe. From what I understand. Okay. Let's see if the conversation starts, we'll read it out, and then we'll stop right after that. The secret. A restless sleep combined with the image of the eerie figure in the snow has only convoluted what my little gray cells must consider. I should not have expected this to be a simple case. I have been lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibis all confirm each other's, but I know this not to be true. A new mind map. How the Major was involved with the blackmail eludes me for now. Once I have confirmed whether he was the author or recipient, I can consider my next step in my investigation. Okay, so this is that. All right, we can stop here. One thing that I am curious, I wonder, well, why didn't we go and see who was outside? It seems like it's something you'd want to do. But I'm curious if, so at the murder scene, the window was open. We don't know why, or we were just like, okay, I guess the window's open, snow has blown inside. We thought maybe, like, it was made to look like an escape, sort of, which I guess it could have. Maybe the, like, killer took something from the room and threw it outside. And this person at night went to go fetch it. Whatever it is. We should have looked outside the window. Like, when the murder happened. Just to investigate the outside portion a bit. Curious. I am really enjoying this. I love these mystery games. I find it so much fun. Whoops, hold on. I find it so much fun to, I don't know, solve crimes, figure out motive. I think I've said this a long time ago. I've had a secret, not secret. I've a desire that I have stuffed down because I know logistically it would be a nightmare. Just to be like a private detective and solve crimes. That'd be so much fun. But of course, I want it to be like a movie detective, not like a real one where it's not fun. Where it's not just an arduous task. We are going to give out a raid. I got a couple people on. Let us go ahead and let's go give Talinus our last raid of the year. I don't know how long he'll be on, but let's go ahead and we'll start that up. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today on the last day of the year or on the first day, depending on what it is for you. We'll be back tomorrow, so we'll be back first day of the year. Oh, he may BRB, but that's okay. We'll still start it off. Oh gosh, actually, hold on. Cancel raid. Cancel if you can. All right. I forgot I should probably read out some thank yous before. But let me scroll back a little bit. And Nivanello, thank you so much for the follow. Irish Eyes, thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. Best Biscuits, thank you for gifting a sub to Irish. I really appreciate it. Audi Media, thank you for that follow. And Jonzo, thanks for giving out 5 subs. You are so kind. And I really appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. So that is it. Oops. Let's see. Talinus. Yeah, so thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Talinus is playing Final Fantasy XIV right now. We are going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing... actually, I'm not positive we're playing tomorrow. I haven't decided. So yeah, just keep in mind. But it'll be a chill jet lounge. So if you are wanting just to kind of relax after, your New Year's Eve stuff, New Year's Day, whatever, we'll be around. So if you'd like to show up there, it'd be great to have you. We can continue chatting and whatever there. Yeah, there's not really much to say. I'm very grateful for all of you. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's. I'm excited to see what the new year will hold for us as a channel and as a community. And I'm just grateful for each one of you. It's crazy to think just how much has happened within the last year. And so, yeah, very thankful. Thank you guys for being here, chatting with me, being a friendo, being a part of the gang. Anyway, I guess that's really all I've got. But go enjoy Talinus. He is one of our most favorite Australian friendos. And that being said, hope you have a great night. And I will see you next year!